Morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Choma, and I'm representing the supply chain unit of Annual Gas Processing Company Limited. And I warmly welcome all of us to the second edition of our Community Vendors Forum. Before we begin, we would like to start with an opening prayer, which will be led by one of you, our special vendors, and in the person of Mrs. Ijoma Amefula. Mrs. Ijoma, please. Please, may we all rise.
In Jesus' name, we thank God Almighty for this gathering and also for joining mercies as we gather here together. May God take absolute control. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prince Kajetan Akoronye. I work with the units. The next item on our agenda is the national anthem. So I call on all of us to rise while we recite the national anthem. Thank you very much. God bless Nigeria. God bless states. God bless everybody. So the next thing we have here is safety moments. But before we go into the safety moments, we wish to call upon the CSO of this Full Moon Hotel to give us a little information in the person of Mr. Benedict Anyogo.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Fumu Hotel. My name is Ayog Benedict. Okay, I'm taking you on safety this morning. We all know that safety is everybody's business. So in the hotel, just know that you're rest assured. We have what you need to know, the places you need to know. We have emergency exit, the door at the right-hand side. We have the one at the left. I'm facing like this, so this is my left. If you are facing this way, this is your right. So it's your right-hand side. We also have restroom. There's a muster point in front of the place, just is facing me and opposite me. There's a muster point in case if there's any emergency. And there's fire extinguisher, one there, one over here. So we also have trained personnel in case if there is any uncertainty, but we don't pray for such. So your safety is well assured. I will also advise, let me just talk about out there. When you go out there, please make sure you are safe. Don't keep late night, and also make sure that places you go, at least you are well secured. But here in Full Moon, your safety is well assured. You are welcome to Full Moon Hotel. Full Moon Hotel is located at Area C, plus H1 Full Moon Avenue, Akanchawa Road, New Owerri. Thank you very much for the time and the privilege.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. We shall now have our safety moment delivered by Mr. Votes Daniel.
Good morning, everybody. All right, so for today, we'll just take a basic safety fundamental. You know, in safety, it goes not just in Egypt, around the whole world. There are 3 basic rules. They are called the 3 golden HSE rules that you must comply by to be safe. You know, in our lives, there are different risks all over our lives. In our house, in the church, in the school, even while driving. These 3 rules cut across all aspects of life. It's called comply, intervene, and respect. For comply, how do you comply? We have rules governing everything we do. Like in AGPC, we have our set of rules that guide us. In your house also, I believe you have rules, yeah? When it's late, turn off the gen. Once light goes off, you turn off all your appliances. Try to educate your kids, your wife on all these rules, so that at every time, they would comply to these rules. Then, let's go to intervene. Now, what do you do when someone does not comply to all these rules? Like I said, it must not be written rules. In Nigeria, we have our own rules in Nigeria. Of course, you know, if you break them, then you fall short of the law. So you must comply to all these rules. Then, if someone does not comply, what do? You intervene. Please, Oga, turn off the TV. Please, take off the heater. Then, intervention goes beyond when someone does not comply. In our different phases of life, we have what we call unsafe act and unsafe conditions. Whenever you see anybody engaged in an unsafe act, what are unsafe acts? In your homes, gen is on, but because your fuel is down, you want to refuel the gen when it is on. Why? Because your wife is watching a very, very important TV show. Is it safe? So what do? You intervene. So for all unsafe act and condition, you must intervene so that that person will do it right. But then again, the last one, which is respect. Why respect? Because over the time, we've seen that intervention give room to crisis, argument, even fighting. Why? Because of the manner of approach you try to intervene. Even if you are trying to save life, if you shout, if you scream, if you insult, that person has a right to rebel against you. 2 of us. But if you intervene with respect, in a calm tone, Oga, please, it is not good. Oga, please, do it like this. That person will be compelled to comply to the safety standard. So please, as we go home today, this should be our take home. That there are 3 golden HSE rules. Comply to the safe rules, the Nigeria rules, your house rules, AGPC rules. Then intervene when someone does not comply. Intervene for every unsafe act and conditions. Then the last one, when intervening, please, you must intervene with respect. Thank you very much.
That was well delivered. So much, Mr. Daniel and Mr. Benefit. Safety is a very important aspect of our business, and we'd like all of us to comply, intervene, and when we're intervening, we do that respectfully. All right. I'm excited to be here. I don't know if we're all excited. Are we all excited? If you're excited, say, I am excited. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a special address by our Managing Director, Mr. Okechukwumba, who is ably presented by Mr. Olubukola Fasoyin, our Manager Project Services. A round of applause as he comes on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As she has said, I'm not the managing director of AGPC. Our managing director is Mr. Okechukwu Umba, and I will just read the short address that he intended to give here, and you know the reason that he is unavoidably absent. So please, let's be attentive. I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to this forum that has been organized by our company to be able to interact with our vendors, and especially the community vendors. I am unavoidably absent, as much as I would love to give one or two words in this session. The reason for my absence, as you get to know, is one event that we prioritize in AGPC over and above every other program. And that is because this week is our safety week. As you get to know, safety is a way of life for us at AGPC. While it is important to do business and make money, safety provides a platform for sustainable business. Safety begins from our hearts and our minds. It is embedded in the scope and specification we give to you, either for supply or for any form of work. Safety continues when you source the right materials. It continues when you mobilize the right equipment to our sites. It also continues when you ensure that medically fit personnel are the ones that are deployed to the site. Safety continues when you do proper risk assessment before starting any work. And safety continues when the work is executed in line with the approved procedures. And finally, you are able to return either yourselves or your employees to safely enjoy the proceeds of your hard work. I enjoin all of you today to consider that this is more important than anything in life. AGPC can only relate with vendors who believe in safety. If you choose to break safety rules, you have chosen not to work for AGPC. I wish to assure you of AGPC's support in building capacity, especially in the area of safety awareness and safety consciousness for all our vendors. I wish you all a very useful and rewarding deliberation in these sessions. God bless you all. Have a fruitful meeting. That concludes the message of our MD to this session. And I would like to say, as much as this was on his heart, it's because of the safety week of AGPC that he's unable to be here. Do enjoy the rest of your session. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Buki. That's applause. I don't know whether that one was for Small Me or Engineer Buki or for the MD. Thank you so much. My people would say, if you see a big masquerade, you play a befitting music for the masquerade. Our MD is a big masquerade. Thank you so much. The next thing we have on the agenda is a presentation by the manager, project services. Yes. So he is also going to come forward to make his presentation.
Thank you, Kajetan. But anytime you speak language that other people don't hear, you please interpret. Praise the Lord. Okay. But I think that what you said was safe. That's why nobody shouted. Okay. So, I'll be making a small presentation on the title, Building Lasting Business Relationship. Building lasting business relationship. I'll stand on existing protocols. Sorry, are you present? Okay, great. But I can use my copy anyhow. So. Okay, this presentation is actually coming off some of our experiences in AGPC with some of the contracts that we have awarded, how they've been executed, and where we do see gap in the way some things were done. And we thought this opportunity would be good for us to seize to enable our vendors have a bit of understanding of what we see and how some of the gaps can be closed. What is a business relationship? Business relationship actually talks about the connection between parties. It may be between a buyer and a supplier, or it may actually be between two suppliers, or it may also be a collaboration even between two buyers. A good business relationship is built on trust, communication, compromise, and commitment. There are business relationships. As you can see on the board there, I have some listed there called vertical relationship. This is actually when you connect above, maybe a connection between a small entity linking up with a bigger one. Usually, vertical relationship may have to do with somebody that has an input to what you do, you can link with them. Or you actually also link with somebody with whose product you have and for instance, now, let's say you are interested in selling tires, for instance. You can look for somebody who is well known in the tire industry, like maybe Michelin, Pirelli, or any of those, and link up with that person because they are original equipment manufacturers. That's a kind of vertical relationship. Then there's also the horizontal one. Horizontal has to do with is at your level. You can link up with somebody who's at your level to be able to join forces together. This is between entities within the same level of business, value chain, competitors or complementors who produce suitable complementary products. We can all be competing against one another, but sometimes it may be better for us to join forces so that we can be able to undertake bigger things. Another type of relationship is financial relationship. For instance, I may have the skill set to do certain things, but somebody else has the money. If the person who has the money keeps their money in bank, they will earn certain return on the money. But we all know that the banking system is not created to be as efficient in giving you return. The thing that gives you return is actually using the money to do what? To do business. And that's why we are all here. There's also technical relationship. There may be certain skill set that somebody can bring on board to join with you so that you can both be able to take on something bigger. And that's what we have encouraged in AGPC, especially for community vendors. We would like to give businesses to people who are from the community in this area, Imo State, and environ. But we realize also that there may be gaps in terms of technical capabilities. So you can join forces with somebody simply because they bring on board into that your team technical capacity. We have encouraged this, and we have examples of some of these that is currently running. Then you can also have the non-financial relationship. Maybe the person that is joining you is actually just bringing in the CSR part of things. They have connections, they have ability to manage some stakeholders that you are not familiar with. Maybe somebody who is better with DPR than you are. Maybe somebody who is better with community than you are. Or maybe somebody who has done similar things before, knows all the contacts. That person is resourceful, knows who to talk to, and then you bring that kind of person on board. These are type of relationship that we can easily identify with. So can you just remind me of what the ones I've talked about? The first one is what? Vertical relationship. And the second one is horizontal. The next one can be, and then technical, and then non-financial. Why do we need business relationship? Why do we need them? The first one I identified there is business continuity. At times, your ability to take on more business may be impaired just because you don't have enough force behind you. Maybe your access to certain businesses may not be there until you need to bring on somebody else into your team. Then there's also the issue of knowledge transfer. We have encouraged partnership and business relationship to encourage knowledge transfer. There are things that the other party may know how to do. And when you join forces with them, with time, that relationship is going to end up in you learning part of those things that they do. We have been trying as much as possible to encourage this. There are certain contracts that the very first time you get it, if you get it in partnership, you may know next to nothing about that business. But by the time you do it 2 times, 3, the next time you are able to, on your own, actually venture out to be able to do things. Another reason why these are important is because of business connections. Business connections. There are people who have the access to business. There are people who have that access to get business, maybe because of who they know, or the credibilities that they have built up with some persons or with some organizations. When you join forces with them, you then have such access to. Another reason may be for capacity building. Capacity building. You can improve yourself at times by joining forces with the right person. You begin to build capacity. You build capacity. Just because you are working with somebody, some of the things they know will rub off on you. Some of the kind of clouds and presence that they have will also rub off on you. It can lead to self-improvement and development for you. Another reason is finance. In the part of the country where I come from, they say money says if it's not around, nobody should take decision. I'm sure there will be an equivalent of that from anywhere where any of us come from. It's just simply understate the importance of what? Of money, of finance. You need business relationship at times because of finance. Another reason is proprietary right. There are some things that somebody has right on. That technology, they have patented it. That product is registered against their name. So if you have to do business with it, you may need to join forces with them. And the last one I identified there is good reputation and brand advocacy. There are certain products that when you mention them, people don't want to talk about another product. Even when you go to make a proposal and they tell you this is what we want, and to that person and say, I can't find it, but I can give you this. They can tell you, if you can't find it, forget it. So that simply means there may be certain areas where you just need to join forces with those brands that has the reputation. What are the key steps? The next slide. What are the key steps that you need to take when you are building business relationship? Business relationship can be like a marriage. It's not something that you just jump into anyhow. So some of those things that you can do is this. You can research the industry. this area of business I want to do. Look very well. Look around that thing very well, and look for what are the challenges there, what are the opportunities, what the gap, the needs, and what are the skill requirements in that industry. Then when you have researched that, you then ask yourself, who are the players in this industry? Who are the names that you trust? And then the next thing is to look at, of all the names that they can trust, is there any of them that you have shared values, that your thinking is alike, that you value the same thing and try to link up with them? And therefore, anybody you want to link up with, you need to do what we call due diligence on them. Due diligence. Very important. I have a slide on due diligence, and I'll go into that after this one. The next thing after due diligence is that you then secure agreement. An agreement will regulate your relationship. The number one relationship most of us value, especially those of us that are married, is the marriage relationship. Most marriages that don't have certificates, in the eye of the law, how are they? They are not valued so much in the eye of the law. When you are entering into any form of partnership, it's always good to have an agreement that will regulate that relationship. Identify and document the roles of partners. You have entered into a relationship. Document what each parties in that agreement will be doing, so that there will not be conflict when it is time to do. The next thing I put there after that slide is that in every relationship, trust is key. Trust is what? Is key. If you can't trust your partner, please don't go into that relationship. If you cannot trust, don't go into that relationship. If you can't trust, don't start. So a few things around due diligence. What do you need to check if you are trying to build a business relationship? You need to check, the next slide please. Who are the directors of that other organization? You need to find out whether they are credible characters or questionable characters. A brand name is as good as the people who are behind it. You don't want to get into a relationship with a company and realize that they are on the wanted list of EFCC. Or what's the name of that other organization that is seizing people's property? ICPC or AMCOM. Because you don't want to get to, let's say you have a contract with that partner, money has been paid, you get an AMCOM show up and carry both their equipment and your equipment. What's your gain at the end of the day? Nothing. You start making case to retrieve things. Then also look at their record. Look at their track record. The person you want to enter into partnership with, has he been performing in contract that they have been doing before? What are their previous clients or partners saying about them? Another thing, look at their ethics and their values. Are they people who just bribe their way all over the place to get business? And then when they get the business, they also spend the entire profit bribing people. What are you going to get out of that business at the end of the day? You will not get anything. You also need to, how does the operating environment, how do they value them? If they go to work in a certain community, do they go there, cause problem, all sorts of issues before they get out of that place? And finally, look at their credit and their debit status. What's their financial standing? Are they owing people who are looking out for the next business that they are going to take so that they can be able to seize the money? These are due diligence that you need to do. I'm sure every one of us will know that as businessmen, you can't do due diligence without involving your what? There's some kind of people that you need to involve when you are doing this kind of due diligence. Who do you need to involve? Involve your lawyers. Some of us look at the fee lawyer will take, and we feel that we can save that money. If you save that money and you don't do the right thing, you will lose much more than that at the end of the day. Therefore, when you are able to now seal that partnership, a word of advice is be fair when you are in partnership with somebody. Be what? Be fair. I mean, even, let's take business out of it. There are people in this country that are being killed because people feel that they cheated in what? In business. In business. Be fair and respect agreements. Be fair and respect agreements. The second advice I have there is this. Oh, the next one, please. Can we read it together? What's in that second one? Next. Can we take it again? You know, we are in a country where people talk about national cake. We are not trying to bake a bigger cake. All we are all trying to do is to do what? To share it. When you are in partnership, every party should work to make the cake bigger. Don't be greedy about eating from it. Prioritize long-term business over short-term gain. I'm sure we all understand that. So the final slide I have is opportunities for those who have solid partnership in AGPC. In the course of our operations, there will be things to supply. There will be work to be done. There might even be products to lift. There may be stringent requirements that your businesses do not have. You may need to look out for those who have those capacities that you can benefit from, either financial or technical. These lists are not exhaustive. We are building a gas plant. We are going to be producing LPG. We are going to be producing liquid gas condensate. There will be opportunities for supplies be done, modifications here and there. We want every one of you to be positioned to be able to take such opportunities when they do arrive. So that's all for my presentation. The final slide is what? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you once again, Engineer Buki, for your wonderful presentation. Next on the agenda is a presentation by our finance team, awareness creation on invoice processing and payments and tax issues. This will be anchored by Faith Ajayi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you, Engineer Buki, for your presentation. At least I have a take-home. If you don't trust, don't start. I hope you got that from his presentation. My name is Faith Omalara Ajayi, and I'm a young professional with Anogas. I'll be taking us through the finance team presentation. Our focus is on invoice processing, payment, and tax issues. Hence, I'll be discussing with us the requirements for processing invoice, the applicable taxes that would arise from those invoices, and function of money on time. All questions will be taken after the presentation, so do well to note down all your questions so that we can answer them when we are done with the presentation. Next slide, please. Before any invoice is processed in AGPC, the finance team is going to require 3 important documents. That is your invoice, your executed purchase order, and your executed work completion certificate. Now, we refer to the purchase order as the PO, and we all know what we call WCC, that is your work completed certificate. When we say executed, we mean a signed copy. So before you send any invoice to finance team, ensure that you're not sending just your invoice. Ensure you are sending these 3 documents together, and also make sure that it has been signed by the user department before you send it to finance. Please also, when you are sending the document, ensure that the user department has confirmed to you that your WCC has been approved on the ERP. So what do I mean? If you send a WCC to finance team, and I go back to my ERP and it has not been approved, I won't be able to treat your invoice. So for me to treat your invoice, ensure that the WCC that your user department is sharing with you has been approved on the ERP. Very important. Next slide, please. And when you have all of these documents, ensure you send it to accounts payable. Can we go back to the previous slide? Sorry. Ensure you send it to accounts payable at anogas.com. Please don't send it to an individual because it can get lost in transit. But when you send it to that email address, it is easy for us to track and work on your invoice within the appropriate time. Next slide, please. Okay, now, so we have the checklist. So when you send these 3 documents, the finance team, before they start working on the documents, you go through the documents to ensure that it has of these things that we have listed here. So we are going to confirm that your contract, your PO, and your WCC is the same thing with what I have on my ERP. If it's not the same thing, I can't treat it. So ensure that what you have is correct. Ensure that what you are sharing with the finance team is correct. Also, the amount on your invoice agrees with the approved WCC. So you are the one giving me the invoice. The WCC has been issued to you by the user department. If the amount is not the same thing, I won't be able to treat it. So send it to me. Ensure you check that it is the same amount. Also, the vendor's invoice has a unique invoice number. So if you're a particular vendor and the invoice you gave me for my last transaction is 001, I would expect that the next invoice you are giving me should be 002. You can't give me a 001 again. If you give me the same invoice number, I won't be able to treat it. These are the issues we usually have with our invoice that can delay the processing of your invoice. So ensure that every invoice you send to the finance team has a unique invoice number. Also, we have your bank details. Details need to be on your invoice because, we need to send money to your account. So at point of registration, I believe that you would have shared your bank details with the C&P team. So whenever you are sharing your invoice with us, ensure that the bank detail on that invoice is the same thing with what you had registered with. If different bank details, we won't be able to invoice as well. I hope you are. Okay, so finally, I have my tax identification number. So because it is expected of us to deduct tax, which I'll be discussing later in the course of the presentation, it is very essential for you to include your TIN on your invoice. Because when we are done making the deductions and we are remitting to the government, we are going to need that number to make remittances. So if you don't have this on the invoice, it's going to stall the process of your invoice processing and it's going to delay payment. Next slide, please. Now that we have received your invoice, how long does it take for us to process your invoice? Like, so the dates between which finance gets your invoice and the day you get paid. So your invoice date, this is the date that you have written on your invoice that you have sent to us. The receipt date is the date that we get the completed invoice documents in accounts payable. So for example, you send invoice to accounts payable on the 10th of October. If you don't send WCC to me until 15th of October, I am yet to give your invoice because your document is not complete. So ensure that you are sending complete and accurate documents when you are sending it, because it's only when we get the complete and accurate document, that is only when we can start counting down the dates to my due dates. Do you all understand? So if you are sending your documents in different dates, it's the very last day that I get all the accurate documents that I'll start for my due date. So your invoice becomes due 30 days after the receipt date. Now, my receipt date is the last day at which I get all of the complete and accurate documents. And your due date is 30 days from the receipt date. That is the worst case scenario. You should have your money in bank 30 days after my receipt date. Please, we can go to the next slide. Now, we are going to be discussing the taxes that are applicable on your invoices. So for every invoice that we get in AGPC, we have to apply different type of taxes, which is what I'll be discussing now, because we've been having questions from our suppliers asking why and the basis for deducting these taxes. So the first tax here we have is value-added tax. Value-added tax, like the name suggests, is the tax that we charge on every good and service that you've added value to. So basically, from the top of my head, the only good that I will not charge VAT on is raw food, because it has just been taken away from the farm, right? But every other good, like your clothes, your hair, your t-shirts, value has been added to it one way or the other because it's not a raw material. So everything that you are bringing to AGPC, any good or service that you are supplying to AGPC is liable to VAT. Now, is VAT a tax that I created myself? No. This is a tax that is levied on us to charge on every invoice that we receive. And it is a flat rate of 7.5%. So you don't have your invoice today saying VAT is 10% or VAT is 5%. No, it is a flat rate across board. So no matter the service, no matter the goods, what I'm going to be charging is 7.5% flat rate on every invoice that I receive. Now, it is worthy to note that this is not a cost to you. It is a cost to me. So when you are sending your invoice, ensure to include VAT. And your VAT is usually 7.5% of your total invoice amount. So if your invoice that you are sharing with AGPC is 200 naira, for example, ensure you have a column where you are written VAT, 7.5%, which becomes 7.5 of 200 is how much? I think that's 15. 15 naira. It is not your cost. It is my cost. So please ensure to include it on your invoice because at some point you might not be able to process that invoice if you don't see the VAT amount there. Also, you should note that generally, I am expected to pay VAT to my vendor, and the vendor will be expected to remit it to the government when I make the payment to him. However, because we are in oil and gas, the government has said that for banks, for oil and gas company, for government parastatal, and for, I think, telecommunications like MTN, when they enjoy services from various people, instead of them to pay the VAT to the vendor, government has said that all of those companies that I've mentioned in those spaces, they are allowed to hold on to the VAT themselves and pay it on behalf of the customer. So that is why when we are paying your invoices, you won't see us pay the VAT amount. Because government has said, because I'm in oil and gas, I shouldn't pay it. I should pay it directly to the government. And that is what I would usually do at the end of every month. Finally, the responsible government collecting VAT is FIRS. So every VAT remittance is paid to FIRS. So you don't need to have your state's Internal Revenue Service coming to your office to harass you over VAT. It is not in their jurisdiction to request for VAT evidences from you. It is only FIRS that can request for evidence of VAT, and that is an AGPC's cost. So they shouldn't even harass you about it at all. Now, finally, on this slide, we have the goods that are exempted from VAT. So like I mentioned earlier, the first thing that government has said you don't need to pay VAT on is the raw material. That's your basic food item. So if you are supplying basic food items to AGPC, AGPC does not need to pay VAT on those items. Also, we have books, medical materials, LPG, etc. So these are the list of goods that are exempted from VAT. So if whatever you are offering to us is not listed here, that means that it is liable to VAT. So if your good or service is not listed here, that means for every invoice you send to us, you must include VAT on that invoice. I hope you get it, sir. Okay, next slide, please. The next applicable tax we'll be discussing is the withholding tax. Now, this tax is not an extra tax. What government has said is, at the end of every year, everybody that is operating in Nigeria, we pay about 30% of their profit to the government. Am I right? Exactly. So what government has said is, instead of them waiting for the end of the year before they collect 30% from you and you, for invoices that you give to your customers should hold on to a portion of that money, so that at the end of the year, when you want to pay 30% of your profits, you won't get to pay them all of that 30% because you've made an advance payment. So we usually say that withholding tax is an advance payment of your company income tax. So it's not an extra cost to you as well. It's still the money you are still going to bear in future. So it's just like an expense that you're going to bear at the end of the year. Government is saying, start paying for that expenses today, so that at the end of the year, the burden is lesser. So let me give us an example. If today you give an invoice to AGPC, let's say the invoice is 200 naira again, and withholding tax on that invoice is 5%. So that is 10 naira on that invoice. Now, AGPC would withhold 10 naira and pay it to the government on your behalf. That's why I say it is necessary for you to include your TIN on your invoice, because when I withhold that 10 naira from you and I remit it to the government that this customer, I have withheld 10 naira from this customer, and I will submit your TIN to the government. At the end of the year, when you are done with all your businesses and you are done with your books of accounts, when you want to remit your company income tax to the government, total profit is 1,000 naira. Do you necessarily have to pay 1,000 naira to the government? No. If your profit is 1,000 naira, you are supposed to pay 30 of that 1,000 naira to the government. Now, 30% of 1,000 naira is 300 naira. But will you pay 300 naira to the government? No. Why? Because AGPC had withheld 10% earlier in the year. So what you are going to be paying to the government is that 300 naira minus the 10 naira that AGPC has collected from you during the year. I hope you all understand. So it is very important for you to ensure that when you are giving me your invoice, you include your TIN. Because if your TIN is not included, government, and you are requesting for them to reduce your TIT, they'll have the record. The only way they can have that record is for you to put your TIN on your invoice. So once the TIN is on your invoice and I submit that detail to the government, they are able to look at their books and they are able to confirm that, okay, yes, AGPC has remitted this money on your behalf, so they can reduce your CIT for that year. Also, there is a portal. How many of us make use of our Tax Pro Max portal? Okay, thank you. So there's a portal called Tax Pro Max. Every taxpayer, every company in Nigeria is supposed to have been registered on Tax Pro Max. So when you are registered on that Tax Pro Max, once I make that remittance to the government, once you log into that portal and you search by my name, you search by AGPC, you will see the amount I've deducted from your invoice on that portal. So it's not like AGPC has used your money to do business. I have paid the money to the government. So at the end of the year, you can download what is on that portal and use it to reduce what you should be paying as company income tax at the end of the year. Okay, so finally, I will discuss the different rates that we have for the different type of transaction. So the rate, your withholding tax varies between 5% or 10%. But how does government determine what you should pay? It depends on the type of transaction that you are offering and also the type of company that you have. So if you are an individual or you are a partnership, so if you are doing all these partners, so most of our law firm, most of our accounting firm, they are partnership type of business, or is an individual company, then you will see the rate there. So for some contracts, you'll be charging 5%. So for example, you see that dividends on individual company is 10%. Rent is 10%. So let's go to TPMC. TPMC, yes, means technical services, professional services, management services, consulting services. So you are consulting for me as a lawyer, for example. If you are a lawyer and you are registered as a corporate company, my withholding tax on that invoice would be 10%. But if you are a lawyer and you are registered as an individual with the government or a partnership type of organization, what I'll be deducting is 5%. So you can snap this so that if they wrongly charge your withholding tax, you can come why they've charged you the wrong withholding tax rate. The rates are different, as you can see. If it's construction activities, for example, both corporate and individual is 5%. So these are the type of transactions and the different type of rates that would apply for your transaction. I hope you all understand. Okay, so finally, you can go to the next slide, please. Finally, I want to do a practical example of what our invoice should look like and how the invoice deductions are made. So this first invoice, you can see it has an invoice number. It has the company's name. It has the description of the services you are rendering and the amount. Now, description says supply of shirts at 10,000 naira, repair of doors at 2,000 naira. Now, the VAT that you'll be charging is 7.5% of 12,000 naira. Now, 12,000 naira is your 10,000 plus 2,000 because VAT is applicable on both of those transactions. So I'm going to charge VAT on both transactions, which is 900. So your invoice should have your VAT stated. We don't want to receive invoices that don't have VAT stated on the invoices. So the total amount of this contract is 12,900. That money AGPC is spending for that contract is not 12,000. It is 12,900. Now, my withholding tax is 10% of 12,000 naira, which is 1,200. So you would ask me, if what I've charged you for this work is 12,000 naira, why am I getting 10,800 in bank? Because that's what happens most of the time. You don't get the actual amount that you have stated on your invoice. Now, this is why. Because the total amount that you have billed us is 12,000 naira. but I have to reduce the withholding tax of this 1,200. So once I reduce 1,200, 12,000 that you have billed me, what is going to as a vendor is 10,800. I hope you all understand. Or do I run through it again? Okay, thank you. Now, the 900 that I've also charged as VAT is 900 naira. That goes directly to the FIRS. Like I mentioned, it is only the F that is responsible for collecting VAT. So I pay this directly to FIRS. You have it there as 900. Then the last one is this 1,200. The 1,200 I have collected from you. I am not adding it to my capital in AGPC. What I'm expected to do is to remit it to the state tax authority. So you have the Lagos State Tax Authority, you have the Imo State Tax Authority. So any of the state tax authority that you belong to, not that AGPC belongs to, if the vendor of Imo State, I will remit it to Imo State. If the state tax authority for you is Abuja, exactly, River State, I will remit it to River State. So that is why this 1,200 that I have written here as withholding tax, that has also reduced your 12,000 naira, is going to your state tax authority. So at the end of the day, the customer is still getting his 12,000 naira, yes or no? Because the 1,200 is his money that the government is supposed to collect at the end of the year. Okay, so that is sample 1. The difference, I'm going to go to sample 2. What I've done in sample 2 is, there are cases where you have done a service for me, purchase of door, and there's service charge. So I have contracted for you to buy me purchase of door. You have the receipt for that door. So I can evidently see that you have gone somewhere to purchase that door for the price of 10,000 naira. Then you are charging me for that service 2,000 naira. Now the government says because it's a service charge, you don't need to pay VAT or withholding tax on that service charge. So your VAT and withholding tax will only be on the 2,000 naira. I hope you all understand. So you are not going to be paying VAT and withholding on the purchase of door, because that was a service that you rendered, and there is a receipt for it. So once you have a receipt, and it's not as if the receipt is from your company as well, oh. You have gone somewhere else to purchase door, that's the only thing you've done. So there's a service charge. So the service charge, we usually refer to it as service charge or exactly, or markup, exactly. So those are what we charge taxes on. So you get VAT of 7.5 on that 2,000, which is 150. And the withholding tax is also 10% of that 2,000, which is 200. Also, I've done the payment allocation, as you can see there. The vendor is going to get 11,800. Why? Because he has paid flat rate of 10,000 naira to buy the door. So there's no justifiable reason for me to be taxing money that he has already paid to somebody else. Am I right? So it's only the 2,000 naira that is a service charge that I will deduct withholding tax from. So the money that, let's say, is markup or is profit now, is supposed to be 2,000 naira, but I've charged 200 naira as withholding tax. So what he's getting is an extra 1,800. Then to FIRS, I will pay 150, which is my VAT on that 2,000. And I will also remember to pay to my state tax authorities the 200 naira that I have withheld from him. I hope you all understand and it is clear. Thank you. The next slide, please. Finally, when we have done all of that in processing your invoice, what's next before you get payment in bank? So once all of the process I've explained is gone through and approval has been completed on the ERP system, the Treasury team would review to ensure that approval has been done. So even if the invoice has been sent and the user department has refused to approve your payment, we might not be able to pay. Our hand is tied. So for Treasury team to make payments, we need to review the approved invoices in ERP again and confirm that everything is correct. You also need to check, is this invoice due for payment, or I still have 15 days grace? If I say, imagine that maybe you submitted your invoice today, and the person that was posting the invoice liked you so much, the person posted it within 2 days. Treasury team still has 28 days. So what they'll probably do is the payments that are already due for payments today, they would want to prioritize it, right? So if your invoice is not yet due, they might not pick it for payment that day. But once it's getting close to due date, they would make payments and you will get your payments in bank. And of course, we all know that whenever we get our payments in bank or when the invoice is being delayed, we can always request for a remittance advice, which will also show you all of these breaks that I've given. Thank you very much for listening.
That was an excellent presentation by our young professional. She introduced herself. Hello, okay. So, very quickly, we would like to take some questions. If you have some questions, because Ms. Faith Ajayi is leaving us shortly for another engagement. So if we have one or two questions, we would like to take that quickly. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ijoma Amefle, Unique Ideas Limited, the company name. I want to know, you didn't say anything about NCD. Is NCD not included in the charges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm expecting that question to come. But for NCD, okay, my name is Obika Franklin. So manage the finance team. So the thing is, for NCD, Nigerian finance laws are very dynamic and keep changing. So we are still looking to understand the impact of that on the midstream business. Yeah, so we'll communicate officially when the lawyers are through around, the impact of that in our own industry as AGPC. We're in the midstream. So there have been a lot of changes. So we'll communicate to everyone once we are sure what the law expects us to do. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, sir.
My name is Chuks Chukwacha. I work with UMC Petroleum Services Limited. I have two questions specifically. One, has the issue of FIROS and state IROS collecting withholding tax, collecting VAT, has it been resolved? Who collects what? Who collects VAT? Is it the state? Is it the federal? We need to be sure.
Okay.
Sorry, can you take my second question at the same time?
Yes, please, go ahead, sir.
If it is possible to pull up the slide where she did an analysis of how invoices are processed. Good. Please, I'm stepping forward because there are serious questions on this slide.
Please go ahead, sir.
If somebody uses it as a model, the person will fall short. Firstly, the first side.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Your computation is wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that you have everything. You didn't calculate that the person that provided this invoice also added the withholding tax and added the VAT before you started making deductions. He made a purchase of 12,000 naira, did not add any, any margin. And at the end of the day, even his 12,000 naira fell short to 10,800 naira. There is no margin for him. He is still being charged taxes and all that and all that. I think we need to clarify the proper process of presentation. So those are the two questions I have for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will start from the first one, because essentially why I came for this meeting is to make sure that vendors understand this, because this is one of my headaches. So the first question you asked about the dichotomy between who collects VAT between the state and the federal government. We are not in that space of that argument because we are in the unique industry. We are an oil and gas. As an oil and gas company, we are tax agent. The Nigerian Constitution defines us as so. So we are not in the space of that argument. So from the onset, we know where we are by law. So the federal government expects any oil and gas company in Nigeria today to collect all taxes and remit so on or before the 21st of every month. So the law is clear to the tax authority. So you have a timeline, and so if you miss it, there's a penalty to it. So it's not a joke. And this government have demonstrated that they're not joking. So you have a timeline, 21st, not 22nd, 21st. So if you're processing that tax on the 15th, and by any reason, the government gets money on 22nd, you pay fine. Nobody cares. So whatever you do as a company, make sure that your process, the money must get to the government by the 20th or 21st before the close of business. So you can see we're not in that argument. So, and in the oil and gas industry, we are not in that argument. Right? It's strictly to, so we're not in that argument. We never find any oil and gas company in that meeting. No. Right? But the argument exists. Right? But for us, it doesn't. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, let me just add, sir. How does that impact you? If you are doing business with an oil and gas company, the law currently says that the oil and gas company should be the one to remove the VAT. So we are the one to, now if the law says tomorrow we should go and give it to state government, we'll do that. If they say give it to federal, we'll do that. So in any case, it does not impact you. As long as that controversy remains, we'll keep doing what the law says. But as far as you are concerned, please just put that VAT in your invoice.
Okay. So I hope you're fine now. Okay. So back to the, please, can you project the invoice back? All right. So, just like my colleague Ella mentioned, so there's definition around what you are doing for us. So if you look at, there are two categories. So if you are someone, and again, you know, this is driven by contract. That is the primary document. So whatever in your contract will expressly be shown on the invoice. So if you sign on, if you have a contract and we've told you that we know the OEM, who manufacture this shirt, but because we're not allowed to go and buy the shirt, we then give you and say, go and buy that shirt for us, right? And that shirt is 10,000 naira. That 10,000 naira, we cannot be taxing it because it's not your money. So what we'll be taxing is what comes to you for rendering that service. So is it the admin cost? Is it the markup? Is it the service charge? So, but the tax man, the tax people, because we know what we are doing. We're not just doing it. People come to review it. So IFRS will come to look at, they'll do invoice sampling. So they look at your invoice. So if for any reason, they pick an invoice, and we have actually paid you that money you pay to somebody, and moreover, if we give you such a contract, once you are invoicing us, you have to show us the invoice you got for where you bought it. Because, I mean, you just went an errand for us, right? So you have to, so that invoice will be attached. Then on your own invoice, you need to state clearly how much you bought it and what the value is to you, you know, that errand you went to, how much are we going to pay you? So a taxman expects that invoice to be that clear so that he or she knows that the tax, because if you don't put it on invoice, that you have a service charge, what the tax person will do, when he picks it, he will say that you didn't pay the right tax. That he's talking to us now, that AGPC has not emitted the right tax. So even though we know that there was a service charge, but that service charge is in our mind, it doesn't exist on the invoice. So the person doesn't assume, I mean, business is not done on good faith. Business is done on intent, right? So it's the invoice that communicates to him. So once he picks that invoice, an invoice is like this, right? And there's no service charge. He expects that what we should be paying to government, both state and federal, is this too, right? But if the invoice was supposed to be like this, and it's like this, the man doesn't care. You know, here we paid less tax, right? Or here we paid more. So he will say, no, Frank, please, you're owing government. So that money will bear it as AGPC because you've gone. Because this may be a year after. You know, whenever government wakes up and want to do that, because we don't control that aspect. Yeah, so this particular stuff, this one has nothing to do with markup. So this you will see in invoicing like construction. If you're given an example, maybe if you're given a Kanomena or a Grachiko job to do, they are the one doing the job. So their invoice will typically come like this. Or you're given the Xerox work to do, as an instance, their invoice will come like this. But if you're giving someone who does not manufacture anything, who is just helping us to do paints, right? This is how that person's invoice will come. You know, so tax is very interesting and very clear. And I want to say something. You know, this is what we use to develop Nigeria. Nothing else is this tax money. and of course, the additional God gave us, which is the oil. But essentially, this is what countries that don't have oil, this is their own oil. And that is why they are very certain around who collects it for them. Because imagine if they gave some companies this money, some will never remit it. Because some companies don't even have office address. So where do you find them? You can't find the person. So that is why they made it, because oil and gas monies are usually big. So they now make a that we can hold you as AGPC. We know your office, know who you are. We know other taxes you pay. So collect it for us. And we have even told you that you must submit it to us by the 21st, unfailingly. Then if you don't, the customer has left. We will charge you penalty for not doing so. So I don't know whether it's clear to you, sir. But please go ahead, sir.
Let me just add, if at any time you have doubt about how your invoicing should be done, they'll give you their email account, send to them and say, this is my contract, do a sample Excel, put it there and say, is it okay to present this way?
Exactly. We can render that service free of charge. Yes. There are more questions. No. So on that email is accounts payable. So accounts with an S. So accounts payable at anogas.com. So not accounts payable at anogas.com. So that is where we submit all our invoices. So if you need any assistance, just write us. We will always respond. And some of you who have submitted invoice will see an acknowledgement that we got the invoice. We usually do that. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, presenter. I want to use the invoice for my own
please
question. Okay. On this side.
On this one. Okay.
Adelade and Co. Limited as a corporate,
yes,
not an individual.
Yeah.
Service charge for the whole year. The volume of service charge may not be up to 25 million, and there's a small micro zero tax allowance, you know, and you are withholding already, assuming he will get to 25 million. You know, at the end of the year, the issue with Federal Inland Revenue Service is that they think that you are hiding money. They always think everybody's hiding money. So that government has withheld something on your behalf, give them the assumption that you are above that threshold. So I'm thinking that for community vendors, and I think we have more people on this area,
yes,
as having service charge than
yeah,
this area. You know, the withholding tax, and at the end of the year, the person does not get to 25 million turnover for tax. Is there a way you can use previous year audited account as a basis to influence if there should be withholding tax? Because for us, it gives us a lot of reconciliation, continuous audits with Federal Inland Revenue, assuming that something is missing. Because government is showing in their portal that you've been paying tax through oil servicing. And when you say you are vendor to oil servicing, they think it's the volumes, you know. So how do you balance that?
Okay. Sorry, good question. See, there's something you must really understand. Tax is law, and the law has no face. I think that is number one thing that I must say. It's a law, and the law has no face. So there are other avenues government have put in place to grow local content, and one of them is the 1%. Okay, so the withholding tax for us, the government of Nigeria designed it to get all companies in the tax bracket. So is a kind of way of making sure, because some people may not, the government may not know that a company exists, right? But what come to AGPC and business, and there's a withholding tax, right? And we then want to remit it, right? And you don't have a TIN number. We then come back to you and say, please, can you get a TIN number? And they don't sell it. You have to go to the tax. So it's a way of getting everybody to pay tax, no matter how small. So it's not a question of you are rendering service for AGPC. It's a big oil company. No. They know that in that big oil company, people are in different things, doing different things that makes it big. It's those small things that really makes it what it is, right? So, and everyone in every chain, you know, people must eat. Someone has to provide the food, right? AGPC is not set up to be cooking. Someone have to be giving us a lot of things that people give to us, right? So they know. So, and again, everyone in that chain, rendering that service, has to contribute to the growth of Nigerian economy, because you're in that space called Nigeria. So it's not, tax is not for only the big man. And not that 5% is around what you make. And how do they check what you make? So we have remitted on your behalf, right? Okay? So you do your financials. You do your financials. They will see what you reported as profit. Our own remittance is also a check for the taxman. Don't forget, the taxman is a revenue driver. So he's not coming to you trying to get less. He's coming to you finding fault to get more for the government. So one of the checks that they have is what we have remitted, which you don't have control over anyway. So it's a check around, they will check it against what you are reporting or what you right? So if there are differences, you will pay. You know, so who knows what is big or small? No. It's really about what you are doing, the volumes. So, and again, the size of a company is not dependent on the name of the company. It's the contract the company has. It's the money that makes the size. It's not how big the office is. It's the financial strength of the company and the business the company is doing. So withholding tax cannot be stopped. We cannot influence it. We can only make sure that whatever the law says, you know, whatever the politicians have agreed in the National Assembly that it should be, and I passed it, is what we expect to do as a company. I don't know whether that is clear. Threshold.
Their threshold at the end of the year, if it doesn't meet the 25 million, they are actually not supposed to pay tax. Beautiful. But, I mean, why I'm contributing to this is this. We sympathize with you, but you need to get your tax consultant to help you see whether there's any way. We can't show the taxman everybody's financial when they come. So to tell them that's the reason we didn't remit. We would have even remitted before they come and check our books. Yeah. So you may need to engage the service of a tax consultant to see how do you retrieve your money back to FRS. Yeah. 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 No. I think he didn't get it. Yes. Yes.
At the end of the day, you now leave me to go and start fighting federal government to go and collect my money back.
Yes.
How does that help us?
Okay, so let me just paint a scenario.
Sorry, sir. The second thing, what you mentioned earlier on, that you collect and pay FIRS, that is the position of the law for now. When you collect from me and I enter it into my books, as transparent as we want Nigeria to be, I go back to my office at Onumon and Imo State Internal Revenue Services comes to inspect my books and asks me, where was this tax paid? Why was it paid there? This is a court ruling on that particular matter. How do I resolve that? There are questions around it.
Okay, and I'm sure we probably will be able to answer everything. But let me say again, let's look at a scenario in which, how many vendors do you deal with in a year?
In a year, we deal with over 200 vendors for now.
Beautiful. What kind of resources can we deploy to check their audited accounts, to see their threshold? You understand? Okay. Then another thing is this. We are also constrained to just do what the law requests us to do, which is, if you are making any payment, withhold this. I think you get it. I think you get it. The thing is this. Somebody makes a law. If somebody makes a loss, what does the law say about your tax? If you make a loss in a year, what does the law say about your tax?
You're not supposed to pay any tax.
That's not enough. You won't pay a tax, but the government, is that not it?
Exactly.
Practically speaking, if you make a loss, That means you have a negative tax.
Negative tax, yeah.
And negative tax means that somebody is owing. Who is owing? Government is owing you. Beautiful. So, so we are constrained. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so one more thing I will say to his question, and I understand what he means by, he didn't use the word threshold. So that is where you then have, you need to have accountants. So that is why we went to school. Yeah, that's why you have a tax guys. So that's where they need to help you. AGPC is not allowed, because we're not a shareholder in your company. We don't sit on your board. So we can't decide how you run your business. So the law doesn't allow us to interfere in your affairs. And one of your affairs is tax. So we are not allowed to do that. And we can't defend you. We can't, what the law is just clear. We told the tax, remit. So if the person have issues, the person will go, because he's the MD or the owner of the company. Because when we have issues at AGPC, we don't come to you now. We go and sort ourselves out. So, in fact, we have a case now with a foreign company that I even went to Abuja. They worked me out. They told me that if they want to resolve it, they should what? They should come. They asked me, do you sit on the board of the company? I said no. So why are you here? So we're not allowed to do that. I don't know. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
We have some contractors, at times, they write us and say they didn't include the withholding tax in their invoice, so we should not remove it. I mean, I'm sure after this presentation, we won't get that call again. Are you supposed to add withholding tax to your invoice when we are sending to us? Withholding tax is your tax, which you are expected to pay, so it should not be part of it should not be an additional costing to whatever we give to you. Maybe that's the reason some of you don't win our bid. Because after calculating the price, you then calculate withholding tax and add it on top of it. That's not.
All right, we'll just take 2 more questions and we'll be done.
Okay. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Nathan Kozio Majukura, a town planner by God's grace. My question is this. For those of us who might not have gotten the slides entirely, and some of us also came late, is it not possible for AGPC to give us, even though it's a soft copy of the seminar proceedings? We might get it through our mail, so that we may not run into cost in printing it. We appreciate a situation whereby we have a soft copy. Some of us may download and use it at home, especially aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another question?
The last question.
Okay.
Good day, everybody. My name is Engineer Tony Bona of K Energy Company Limited. My question is in 2 arms. First on the transaction and your invoicing processing, and then the second is goes to the engineer that handled on business relationship. Now, on your invoicing procedure, you did mention of 3 documents that are essential: the invoice, the PO, and the WCC. And then you also indicated that if one invoices, you have 30 days timeline. But where you have a WCC that is not captured in your ERP, that it invalidates the dating or your timeline. Now the question is this: your ERP is your internal software, is your internal issue. Does it have interface with the contractor? If it does not have, where there is a pitfall emanating from your own end, how do you push the liability to the contractor who has invoice and he face my invoice I said through, the bit to your internal issues, you now place him on liability to such timeline? That's my question number 1. Number 2.
So we'll take the question number 2 during the Q&A session. So the questions for now are for the accountants.
So Chama, there's guy, they give him the guy on red, on wine. Let's hear what he wants to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chidimba, I'm a project manager at South Trust Global Services Limited. I just seek clarification. I came in late. I was on part, but I saw withholding tax 10%. I want to know, because before now, I know that withholding tax has always been 5%. Please, can you clarify?
Okay, I think I should start with the guy that spoke about the liability around. When we do the Q&A, sir, the supply chain team will answer you your own, where you said you want the materials. But the liability around what comes out of our ERP that then goes to the vendor. So we are not placing the liability on you. We're just being as open as possible. We are saying that these are the things that could delay your invoice processing. We are not saying that, we're not moving the liability. No. Ideally, before we give you any document from our system, that document is already approved, right? So if there's a case, if there's for any reason that there's any breach in control, our system has a means of communicating to the vendor directly to say that so-and-so invoice is being delayed because of X, Y, Z. All right, so we'll communicate to you if there's any such. But you are not going to get a document from us that is not approved in our system before it gets to you. That will never happen, right? But if there's anything like that, you get an email. Some of you who are here, when you submit invoice, we acknowledge the invoice. We say we received and working on it. So if at the process of going through that chain, we have any issue, any delay, we still communicate to you. So we are very big in because our project is timeline. And we understand that the faster we pay you, the more progress we see on site. So we are very conscious of that. That's why you see payment is not about 30 days. We pay because we understand that we have a timeline for the project. So we're not set up to delay payments. No. We don't do that. We want to make sure that our project and the site continue to be busy and we are making and achieving the milestones. So the issue of tax that he mentioned, I'm happy you said you came late, so because we really dealt on that. We dealt on the answers of questions. So when it's 10%, this is why. When it's 5%, this is also why. So this is the law. It's not like AGPC is deciding on it. So once is rent, of course you get a 10%. Once is contract or whatever, so you have 5. If you're in a construction space, like Xerox and Co, it's 5%, right? So that hasn't changed. But just that most people in AGPC are used to 5% because we're in a construction phase. By the time moving to the operation phase, you must start seeing 10%. So but we just say we should make that awareness. Online question. Okay, Daniel Koro online said, do we issue receipts for NCD 1% deduction? So when Mr. Daniel, so there's what we call remittancy advice. So that remittancy advice will state clearly what deduction has happened in your money to what then you receive as cash. So you see everything clearly, right? So, and of course, our job is to, again, remit to the Bayelsa people, the NDDC, right? So we don't have a receipt that we'll give to you because we're not the NDDC. Our job is also, we're just an agent to remit to the government. So when we send you that remittancy advice, it's a document from us that you can use to go to NCD. So that document is respected in the industry. You can take it to NCD and say, this is what they've deducted from me. So that's it. So Daniel, I hope we've answered your question. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Franklin and Ms. Faith Ajayi. All right, so we will be having a short break, tea break precisely, and we have made provision for light refreshment, tea at the back. So we're going to file. We have ushers that will direct you to go over there to take your tea and take some snacks along with that. In AGPC, we have a slogan that says, do it right. So as well, going ahead to take our tea, let's do it in an orderly manner. Thank you so much. So the break is for just 10 minutes. If you're taking your tea, you want to stretch, get up, move around, just 10 minutes break. After that, we'll continue with the rest of the presentation. So I also implore you to write down your questions as we make presentations. As each presenter comes on stage to make their presentation, just note down your questions. We'll take all questions during the question and answer session at the end of the program. We only did this because the account personnel are going for another game. Thank you so much.
the attention of Artex Global representative, please. Okay, Artex Enterprises. Please, where are you? Artex. Artex Enterprises. Just signify so that I can come to you. Artex Enterprises. Artex Enterprises.
mom they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh mama myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my gin. I slide down the beatings, the beatings.
activities, and they try to exploit this trust relationship that exists between us and yourselves. And so let's look at an example. So on the 19th of December 2019, the Department of Justice in the United States issued a press release about this guy. His name is Evaldas Rimasauskas. He's a Lithuanian citizen that pleaded guilty for cybercrime. Cybercrime against two of the largest technology companies in the world, Facebook and Google. He was able to steal $120 million over the course of 2 years. So how did it happen? So this attack was successful because of 3 key ingredients. And the first is he had a good target. He also spoofed the identity of a vendor. And then finally, he made the organization take an action to his own favor. So let's look at them one by one. So who was his target? The accounting department of Facebook and Google. And why was accounting department a good target? Because they are used to getting external emails, and they also manage company funds. So they are a very good target for cyber criminals. The next was the spoofed identity. Quanta Computer is a vendor that supplies electronics and computers to Facebook and Google. And so what the attacker did was he spoofed their identity by setting up a fake company that had the same name. Then he went and created phony corporate stamps, multiple company emails, and invoices that all appeared to come from the real Quanta Computer. He went ahead and sent crafty emails to the target with forged contracts and fake invoices. He requested for payments for hardware that were listed on those bills and provided fake company bank account details. That's the company that he created, the fake one. He gave the account details to Facebook and Google. He also sent fake letters pretending to be from the real Quanta Corporation. He told Google employees where to send the money, which happened to be his own offshore accounts. Eventually, Facebook paid him $98 million, and Google paid him $23 million. This is what we call vendor email compromise. So vendor email compromise is a subtype of another attack called business email compromise. And it is an email-based cybercrime which tries to exploit the trust between a company and the vendors to defraud that company. So business email compromise comes in many forms, and vendor email compromise is just one of them. We have what you call CEO fraud and impersonation, where the attacker would hack into a CEO's account and then send an email to the finance department telling them to make payment. Since it's coming from an authority, usually the account department would respond to that email and then send funds. We also have a man in the email scam, which is similar. They take over your email and commit a scam. And then false invoice scam is another name for vendor email compromise. So how does the attack work? The first thing they do is credential stealing through phishing campaign. So what is a phishing campaign? I'm sure a lot of us have received emails, malicious emails with fake links and fake attachments telling us to do things. So an example is a company an attacker knowing that a vendor can send you an email and then put an attachment that is malicious saying that this is a PO or maybe an RFQ from a different company. And you being a vendor, you'll be interested in that. You click, download that attachment, open it, and your computer gets infected. So that's an example. So once they do that, their target is your email and password so that they can have access to your email account. So once they do that, the next stage is to take over your email. So once they take over your email, they don't action then. They pipe down for sometimes months, trying to understand what your process is like. So they look at your inbox and say, okay, who are the companies that you deal with? What does your invoice look like? Who are the people that you relate with in other companies to send your invoices to? And so on and so forth. So they look at your inbox and try to understand how you operate. And then finally, once they have all those details, they will send an email to a company that you deal with and say, okay, please, and they're using your email. So when the company receives it, they believe it's coming directly from you. And they will say, okay, please, I have changed my bank account from this bank to the other bank. And that bank account is the attacker's bank account. And since it's coming from a trusted email, normally the companies will say, okay, let me change this bank details. And even if you ask for some other documents, they can go and forge those documents and send it. And then eventually the company will send your money into somebody's account. So there are other tactics that they use. So there's what you call display name spoofing. There's what you call domain name spoofing and lookalike domains. So let's look at examples. So on my screen, you can see a computer and a phone. So when you receive an email, there's a display name at the top, the name of the person sending you the email. Then by the side, you see the person's email address. So that is only visible. Email address is only visible when you are viewing it on a computer. If you are viewing it on a phone, normally you just see the name. And the attackers know that 70% of emails are read on your phones. So what they do is that once they take over your account, or they create a fake email, then they will go and put your picture there and your name. So knowing that most people will look at it on their phone, they will not see the email is coming from. They just believe it's coming from this particular person that I trust. And then they try to defraud you in that way. So that is display name spoofing. They just change the display name. Then we have domain name spoofing. So if you are a company that has your own domain, so for example, you have user@yourcompanyname.com. So that yourcompanyname.com is your own domain. So what they will do is that they will go and spoof, so create an email and pretend they are coming from your own domain and send it to people. So when they see that, they believe that this is coming from your company, and they normally honor those kind of emails. The last one is lookalike domains. So domain name spoofing is very difficult to do now because we have a lot of measures against that. And so what they are doing now is instead of them to spoof your domain, they will go and create a domain that looks like your domain. So for example here, this is PayPal. I'm sure we all know who PayPal is, right? Okay. So if you look under now, it's PayPal at paypal1.com. So instead of L now, they replace it with 1. And so if you don't look at it closely, you think it is L. And you think it's coming from PayPal. So this is an example of lookalike domains. So why should we care about this kind of attack? This kind of attack is the costliest attack in terms of cybercrime against companies in the world. In only 2020, the amount lost was about $1.8 billion the companies lost to this kind of attack. So it's very potent and very, very common. Number two, 93% of these attacks are against energy and infrastructure companies. We are an energy company, Anogas. So it's companies like us that they target. So they come through our vendors to try to get money out of companies like us. And then 55% of this kind of attacks are vendor email compromise. So I told you there is what you call business email compromise, which is like the bigger kind of attack. Then the specific type we're talking about now is vendor email compromise. So 55% of business email compromise are vendor email compromise. So what are symptoms for you to know maybe your account has been compromised? Number one, you see some kind of suspicious activity. So you notice some of your emails are deleted. You didn't delete that email. So that is like something fishy. You should go and check to be sure that your account has not been compromised. That is one. You see, there's what you call inbox rules. So sometimes to try to make our inbox clean or to automate one or two things, we create some rules on our emails to say, okay, when this kind of email comes, take it here. When this one comes, do this with the email. So the attackers normally do that. So they come to your inbox and create those rules. So for example, they can say any email that comes from Anogas to your email, you should forward to another email and delete it. So you not even see it. They've intercepted it and they've collected it in their own account. So that's an example of an activity. Then they can change the user display name. I told you about display name spoofing. So when you notice the display name has changed, then you know that somebody is trying to use your account to do something. Then unusual credential changes. Sometimes once they get access to your account, some of them want to just take over the account and then they decide to change the password. So when you notice that there is because sometimes our emails, when you request for password, it will send you a notification. So when you see such notifications that you know they are not started by you, that action was not started by you, know that somebody is trying to take over your email. Then you have unusual email signatures. Some of us have email signatures automatically appended once when we create an email. When you see that email signature is different, you should know that there's something fishy. Then mail forwarding rules, I spoke about it. They can just create a mail forwarding rule. Whenever you receive an email, it should be forwarded to another email. So that's what we call mail forwarding. And then unusual profile changes. Your phone number on your profile has changed. Display name has changed. Telephone number, and so on and so forth. Then user's mailbox is blocked from sending. So sometimes you try to send email and it doesn't go. You'll be wondering what is happening. It's because there's somebody that has compromised your account. So these are symptoms. This is a non-exhaustive list. So there might be other symptoms, but these are just some that you should be aware of. So how can we stop business email compromise? Number one, education and awareness, which is what we are doing now. You need to be aware that this kind of attacks exists, and you need to be more careful when you are transacting businesses through email, because this is something that is happening now, and we all need to be very, very careful about it. There's what you call multi-factor authentication. So the attackers are trying to what? Gain access to your email. And they want to steal your what? Username and password. So multi-factor authentication, what that does is that apart from that username and password, there's another extra factor that you have to provide to have access to your email. So for example, you receive a one-time password on your phone, or maybe you have a token, or maybe you have an app on your phone, like an authenticator app. So what happens is that when they steal your username and password, they cannot access your account because they do not have the other part that needs to be given to the authentication system for you to have access. So it's very important on all your emails to enable multi-factor authentication. Then there's what we call zero trust strategy. Never trust, always verify. You receive an email saying that there's a PO or there's an invoice with a link or attachment, never trust. If you know a contact in that company, always try to verify that is this coming from you or not. So you adopt that policy for every email that you receive, please. It's very important. Then develop a good cyber hygiene. So it's not a good practice to click on links. It's not a good practice to just download attachments. It is good that on your computers, this basic hygiene, have an antivirus on your system. Ensure that you use a multi-factor authentication. When you receive a notification that you have an update on your computer or on your phone, don't postpone it, because that update might be a security update. Maybe there is a vulnerability on your phone or your computer that the vendor has sent so that it can be patched, so that it can be exploited. So always make sure that you always install your updates and many, many more. Then secure your domain. So for those of us that have domains that we use for our email, so let's say you have a company domain, let's say companyaa.com. Let's say that's the domain of your company. Try to look for domains that look similar and also buy those domains. It's a very good practice if you can do that, so that an attacker will not go and buy a domain that looks like your own and try to defraud other companies. So that will be all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Umar, for that presentation. I know we have taken one or two things from that presentation that will help us in the way we communicate over the web. The next presentation we have is coming from the construction team. Construction management plan and its effects on vendors' contract administration. This topic should have been presented by the manager construction, but he is unavoidably absent. So he is ably represented by Mr. Michael Utosorochi.
Okay, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Alaji Umar, for that wonderful presentation. And to the finance team, you've done a wonderful job leading up to this particular presentation, because all what we'll be looking at today will touch on everything that has been discussed up until this moment. So my name is Michael Utosorochi. I'm representing the construction. Oh, thank you. So I'm representing the construction department, led by Engineer Kayode Ijala, who, due to work exigencies, is unavoidably absent, and joins us online. So from time to time, he will make his contributions. Okay. So the topic for our focus is on construction management plan and its impact on contract administration. Next slide, please. So first, this is an outline on what we're going to discuss today. So the first thing is that we have to look at some of the traps involved in our contract execution, as well as why contract management plan is important in mitigating them. Then we look at some definitions, we basically talk about the concepts we will be hearing from time to time in the course of this presentation. Then we take a delve into the full spectrum of contract administration and management, and look and narrow down on the elements that makes a successful contract. Okay, so the slide here shows us a typical construction site. Hope you all can see this. All right, so can I get one or two observations from the audience on what you can make out of this picture? Anybody? One? Okay. Nobody. So we'll try to make this as interactive as possible, right? Okay. So what we see here is a typical construction site. First, you see that the expectations of the customer has been poorly transmitted to the project leader. So this is what the customer wants on the first picture, but you have how the project leader understood it. Then how the analysts, the programmer, the business consultant described what the initial customer or client, in this case, has explained. So this is a typical project site, like I said earlier, and you have a lot of interdependencies across the different functional units involved in this contract or construction delivery. One key thing we'll understand is that expectations can be poorly communicated, right? And that is where construction management plan comes in. It comes in to close that gap between what the expectation of the client is and what the delivery of the contractor is as well. So it helps you communicate the key performance indicators, which should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. So sometimes you have a client who communicates what he wants, but when you go to the market, you find out that it is difficult to meet those demands, right? Right? Exactly. So with the construction management plan, you're able to maintain good interface management between the client and the contractor. Sorry. Okay. So we'll take it from here. What makes a successful contract? Or what makes a contract successful? Looking at this chart here shows all the efforts that go into the contract administration down to the contract management and delivery of the project, right? So we have subject matter experts from the legal department, from the technical department. They all come together, put their heads together to develop a contract. And normally, before putting out the bids, we'll carry out the visibility of this contract being executed within a particular scope, time, and of a particular quality which must not be compromised. Now, we check to see the capabilities of our vendors. And based on that, we put out an ITT, which is the invitation to tender, or RFQ, depending on what is applicable. But what you see is that you get a lot of vendors. The contract goes to the highest bidder or to the best qualified contractor, which is what you have in the middle line. But what you observe, or what you get is that during the actual execution of the contract, you have that line, the actual line. That is what you get in our typical environment. The contractor begins to do what you have there, and if left unchecked, the expectations of the client, in this case, AGPC, begins to erode. So what you have is the contract management or construction management plan helps you to, from time to time, communicate what the expectations of that contract is to the contractor or to the vendor or supplier, as the case might be. So it helps you close that disappointment gap, maximize every benefit available to both the client and the contractor, and helps to minimize every risk. Because at the end of the day, we want to do business with you continually, right? We don't want it to be a one-off thing. So what you have is, you have vendors who just come in, submit their bids. You understand? And after winning the contract, they go out, they start running around looking for how to deliver on what they have promised that they would do. So the contract management plan helps you to do that. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is really important because having looked at our relationship with our community and other vendors, our expectation today is that we're able to glean practical lessons which we'll take back to our various organizations and our sub-vendors, right, to make sure to have improved service delivery. So, taking us through this slide gives us the full spectrum of what is involved, starting from the pre-construction phase to the closeout. The pre-construction phase, like we've earlier looked at, talks about all the processes that go into developing that contract. And we understand that a contract is legally binding, both on the client and the customer. So in an ideal state, the contract, once issued, should be executed as planned. So what you have is, in the construction phase, the contract management plan acts as a gateway to detailed information. So even as a contractor, you should have a contract management plan or a construction management plan. You don't just come to site, you've won the contract, so you come to site and start working. You must be able to show that you understand the technical details involved in the contract you've just won. Make sure that all the legal issues, you have all the illegal issues sorted out, your permits are available, you understand the codes and standards applicable to that particular project, and that you also understand that the needs of the client or the expectations of the client is properly understood. Then comes the next phase, which is the planning, budgeting, and scheduling. There's a popular saying that goes that he who fails to plan, plans to fail, right? So this is very critical in the contract execution. You must understand what is needed in this phase. This planning speaks to your method statement, right? It speaks to how you plan to carry out the different deliverables that have been captured by that contract. And the cost control, it's just like a market man or a market woman who wakes up in the morning and goes to the market without a plan, without a list of what you want to get. You might end up buying, one of our markets, might end up cooking different soups. That really makes no sense at the end of the day. So your planning, the budgeting, which speaks to your cost control methods, and your scheduling, which speaks to the milestones you have set for yourself. By social time, I would have accomplished these milestones in the life. Remember that our project, in this case, annual gas project, which is a gas processing project, has specific timeline attached to it. We want to deliver this project in 2 years. We want to deliver this project. So if you are one of our vendors and you are expected to deliver on what has been listed in that contract, you should be able to have the planning, the budgeting and scheduling that will enable you meet our deliverables. From there, you go to your procurement. The procurement speaks to how you obtain your equipment, right? For a contract that will last for two years, and you have long lead items, which are items that you need to procure on time, you don't go sourcing for these items in the second year of the contract. In fact, before you submit your technical submissions to us, it must be captured that this is my plan. This is what I have in place to do. I must make sure that I order X, Y, Z at so time, so that during this time, I have them on ground. It doesn't delay your project, because we as a company frown a lot at variations to any deadline given to you, because it has direct impact or bearing on the cost or the schedule for our project completion. So it is at this phase that you're able to do all of those things. And again, it is important to mention that, like I've just said, your delay in timeline also affects us directly. So you can have a feedback mechanism or a feedback effect on our own planning, budgeting, and scheduling. Then we go to the construction phase properly. The construction phase is where we start your deliverables. You get that point? We'll start seeing the impact of all the planning, the scheduling that you have done during the life cycle of during your planning phase, pre-project planning phase. So we start seeing the impact. But how do we do that? We monitor and we control. We want to see your quality management. We want to see your HSC, right? We want to see your HSC performance. We want to see your PMS. If you are mobilizing any equipment to our site, we want to see your pre-mob certificates, because that shows us that you are really, really prepared to deliver on what have been promised, have been issued, right? Then the documentation and review. For engineering drawings, as we saw in the initial picture, the customer, what he explained initially, may change during the life cycle of the project. By interface management, some things begin to get clearer as we proceed on that contract delivery. You have that this documentation, at this phase of the project, we're able to identify punch lists, which is like a feedback to the contractor to go back, make sure you complete all these things, right? In preparation for your work completion certificates, as earlier stated by the finance team. Because it is that these certificates enable you to submit your invoice to us for your payment processing. When all of this is done, we go to the closeout phase or the extension, depending on the type of contract you have with us, right? So you want to make sure that all of this, the pre-construction phase, the planning, budgeting, and scheduling, procurement down to your document review does not affect the overall schedule of our project. Next slide, please. All right. So this kind of summarizes all what we've been talking about. It captures the framework which we use to monitor these processes. Here we have the contract administration, like we explained. They are more, they are administrative. They are everything that goes, these are the processes or the planning that goes into making sure that this contract is optimal, both to you as a contractor and to us as a client, right? So it speaks to the budgeting, the planning and cost control, and you see that there is a feedback mechanism. These are all connected. So whatever you do at the execution phase goes back to affect what we have in our contract administration phase. So they are all linked together. The contract execution, we want to see your work methodology, your method statements. We want to see that you have a strong and healthy QA/QC system, right? We want to make sure that your, like our project services manager mentioned earlier, safety is very critical in our operations. We also want to make sure that your processes are also safe and does not in any way undermine our own safety culture. We want to make sure that there is interface management, improved communication. You're able to communicate to us whenever you have any form of hitch. Again, if there's any need for review, it goes through the change management. It goes through the management of change. So this is properly captured, and where necessary, we make reasonable variation because generally we frown at any variation to our schedule, our cost, and our quality. Again, this is showing us the framework as it relates to, as it speaks to one another. All right. So at this point, the construction manager is online. I would like to make some contributions. All right, so we take questions at the end of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Michael Otuosorochi. That was an enlightening session. I'm not an engineer, but I was able to learn one or two things. I learned about contract management, project management, and we have the construction management aspect, safety and quality management. So for some of us in the house that are engineers, or you run an engineering firm, or you want to diversify into engineering, I believe you must have gotten one or two points there to help in your business. So very quickly, we'll move on to the core of this engagement, which is the vendor registration and contract management process. Most of us will call us and say, I've been tendering, I've been submitting my tender, I'm not able to win a bid or even get called upon to tender. So in this session, you'll be able to learn how we'll do our contracting and processes, how we'll conduct our business. So also for vendor registration, most of us are new vendors here. We want to know how you get to be registered as an AGPC vendor. You also get to learn all that. So without wasting too much of our time, I'd like to bring on stage our manager project services in the person of Engineer Olubukola Fasoyin. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Still standing on existing protocol. I've requested the team to make this presentation, but they insist that I should. And I think one of the reasons is that they get a lot of calls from vendors saying, I've not received anything and stuff. So they have decided that it's me you should be calling. That's why they say I should come and make this presentation. But there are some assurances we'll give around what our process looks like. I'll quickly go through the presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, the last time we had this kind of session, I told us that we would like to do business with everybody. As long as you can give quality product or quality service, we would like to do business with you. And I can also assure you, the management of AGPC has done it such that we have processes in the system that ensure that we don't favor any contractor over another. In the very short break that we had, I had a lot of persons approach me. Oh, I've not seen a bid. It's not because we are favoring some people above you. It's because we have a number of vendors in our list. Bid sizes at times are small, and therefore it takes time before it can go around. But what I'm saying essentially is that anyone who has product or services that can add value to our organization, we are willing to do business with them. The quality of an organization is actually based on the quality of kind of suppliers or service delivery organizations that are supporting you. So we would like to do business with anybody who has the kind of quality that can add value to our business. Next slide, please. What are the things that we look out for in a good vendor? What are the qualities of a good vendor to us? Can we take number one together, please? So that I'm sure you are following me. What's the first thing? A vendor strives to do what? And is willing to do what? To go the extra mile. We are not looking for people who just say, yeah, you paid me so much amount. I saw opportunity to do better, or I noticed certain things that could be corrected. I'm not interested. I just want to do the minimum possible. That doesn't differentiate you from anybody. We are looking for those who are ready to exceed our expectations. If you see anywhere you can add value to what has been proposed, engage us and let's have a discussion. A vendor has a positive can-do attitude and acts in what? Acts in good faith. We are not your enemy. If we give you a contract, we don't intend to be your enemy. We are your partner. That's the reason we are involving you in our business. You must act in good. Whatever you do, you should do it with fairness and realize that you are actually within a long-term relationship. We also look out for high-quality vendors are good team players. They want to work with their customers so that they can both achieve success in the partnership. If AGPC business thrives and blossoms and expands, our vendors are supposed to also be beneficiaries of it. We don't want to work with those who are not willing to partner with us. My colleague who just made presentation talked about communication. Every good vendor communicates well, and they keep their customers informed. You told us you are going to deliver in 3 months. Don't wait until it is 1 week to 3 months, and then you suddenly tell us your foreign suppliers have added 3 more months to it. The promises we give to people outside our organization are based on the promises you give to us and what we both agree. Every good vendor should be ready to communicate. A good vendor strives for what kind of performance? Excellent performance to ensure that their customers are always happy. So let's take a look at our vendor management system. We are always running ongoing vendor registration and categorization. That's why if anybody calls us, we are willing to engage you and get you registered. We don't close the door because we want to get as many people into the system as possible so that we also can leverage on the fact that anytime there's a monopoly, how does it affect price? Price is high. But if you're about 10, 20 people who can provide the same service, it will be rightly priced because everybody is mindful of getting the right margin. Any request for registration, usually action it within 72 hours of receiving such request. We are considering taking some new steps, which we are still discussing internally. I don't know how many of us are familiar with that name, Dons and Bradstreet. How many of us are familiar with it? Oh, that's great. We are considering actually taking that on board in AGPC. As soon as we do that, we'll communicate to our vendors, because we also want to be sure of the quality of persons that are trying to register with us. Umar just talked about vulnerability through cybercrime. I mean, some persons don't act on cyberspace, they act physically. Somebody brings a DPR certificate to you that he's into major construction, and he has never seen what is called major construction before. In fact, that certificate from DPR is actually not for DPR. We also don't want to endanger our business by dealing with the wrong type of people. We will start, vendors to start receiving formal letters stating the categories that they belong to. If we register you, we also want to tell you where you belong to, so that when businesses in that category come out, you know that's the only that is when you can be considered. We have a mode for selection of vendors. And that's what I was trying to explain to some persons, why some of us have not seen tenders yet. It may take time because of the number. But we have a way of ensuring a balance between those who have worked before, those who have not done anything for us before, and maybe those who failed in previous bid. We try to make selection to blend them so that we can, at every given time, we have new people who are trying to do things. We have people who have shown that they can do. And then we have people who are who have tried and they failed. So that it's not that, oh, I failed in January and that's why I never saw anything again until January next year. We try to make a blend. So if you have not seen anything at all, it's not because you have been, it's not because somebody is trying to work against you. It may take some time because of numbers. Vendor deregistration. Because we have a way for you to enter, we also have a way for anybody to be exited. There are things that somebody can do that can get them out of the door for us. Some of those things are some of what my colleagues have just presented. If the number one thing for us, if you come to our site to execute something and you endanger people's life, you will never see any tender from us again. Because we do not want to kill anybody in the process of doing business. Or if there are minor HSE infractions, we are going to warn you. There are other conditions that may get you out of our system. Vendor performance monitoring. While people are working for us also, we also take feedback on their performance. From your contract holders, those of us in supply chain, find out what kind of vendor is this. Did he deliver on time? Did he deliver within cost? And how was the kind of cooperation that you enjoyed with this vendor while he was doing your work? So we have a way of monitoring performance. In fact, our tender board require that if you have done work for us before, the next time we are coming to them to show, to put you on a tender, we must bring what is called the CEF, the contractual evaluation form signed. And the minimum mark in our CEF is what? 70%. 70% is our minimum mark. If the vendor fails CEF, that vendor cannot be included in the next tender until we have engaged them and see where we can improve their performance. Then vendors development and support. We are very open to Nigerian vendors as much as possible, in preference to those who have the clout and they are doing bigger stuff. As much as possible, we would like to support community vendors, and that's why in my earlier presentation I was talking about building lasting relationship. Even when community vendors require technical help, we encourage them to get it so that they can be able to get certain businesses. Vendor relations and forum. We continue to interact with vendors just like we are doing now. And at some point later in our business, maybe the frequency may even be a bit higher than this. Let's look at the next slide. What are the requirements in our vendor registration? Please, can you fix the screen? But I'll take it from my side here. These are the things that we require. Every business, everyone who wants to do a business with us should have a certificate of incorporation. You should have a memo and article of association. You should have your Form CO2 and Form CO7. You should have tax clearance for the past 3 years. Somebody will ask, what if my company is just 2 years old? We will recognize that. We'll see that what is going to tell us that your company is just 2 years old? What document will show us that it's just 2 years old? Your CAC document will show us that it's just 2 years old. The reason we are doing that is also we don't want to be accused, even by the federal government, also of doing business with those who are actually evading tax. So we don't want to be at loggerheads with government authority. We would also like to see the organogram of your organization showing the CV of key persons within the organization. Most of the time, the greatest pointer to show that somebody can do a job is that he has done it before. We would also like to see evidence of what you have done before, such as WCC of previous one. It is also not to say that we don't give job to those who have never done anything before. But you know that the size of job that you can give to somebody who has not done before must be a job that has very, very low risk, such as procurement of items that are not very technical in nature, or in a situation in which we can actually point you to where to get it. Those are the things that we can give to somebody who is just new, so that we do not also put you in a situation where you are set up to fail, and then also we then have a failed contract in our hand. Then if you are representing a certain OEM, that you are the representative of a certain product, we would like to see letter demonstrating that you are doing that. And also, if the contract is going to be intensive in terms of the financial requirements, we would like to see at least your bank that you are banking with saying, yeah, we can support this person for this size of project or this size of money. This person can draw credit up to a certain limit. That will also give us some comfort. We'd like to see your last audited statement of account, except for case where you are new, you are a new organization. And like the one I mentioned, a valid DPR permit. We are not permitted in the oil and gas industry to do business with anybody who DPR has not given a permit. Also, we would like to see your current insurance coverage, workmen compensation. If you have an organization of more than 5 persons or thereabouts, we want assurance that if anything happens to any of them, there's a form of insurance that covers them. Very importantly, just like the MD's speech that I read the other time, your HSSC policy, we want to see the managing director of that organization state clearly the policy of the organization on the health, safety, and environment of the organization. Similarly, we would also like to see your QAQC control manual. These are the items that are required for your registration. The same email that we sent invite to will at least provide this, so that if you have at any point applied for registration and you have not been registered, just check through this list and see whether there's anything that is outstanding there. The next slide talks about important tips to tendering. I want to re-emphasize, if we send a tender to you, that means you stand a chance of winning that bid. I'll take that again. If we send a tender to you, you stand a chance of doing what? Of winning the bid. You don't need to know anybody in AGPC to win a bid. Once you get the tender documents, read the instruction very well when we send it to you. If we send to you a tender document, specifications will be there, how we want you to even submit will be there, how we want you to present your submission will be there. If you decide to do it your own way, oh, the table they provided is not the type that I would like to use, I would like to do my own, we will not look at it, because it will give us issues trying to compare your submission with other people's submission. We don't want to modify your submission before we are able to evaluate it. Don't deviate from the pricing schedule. If the pricing schedule is 3 item, rate plus quantity, don't do your own design. Don't say, no, me, I prefer to put it as lump sum rather than rate and quantity. It will give us issues. So rather than create that problem for everybody, we will just isolate that particular submission. All communications on tender must be by email. You don't need to carry phone and tell somebody that I'm dropping it in some case, or do I send it to you privately? No, the same email that sends you the tender will tell you the email to submit to. Only bids that are submitted to that email address are the ones that we access. Any other one, we don't access. Even if you have our personal email and you submit, I'm not obligated to respond to you to say, please send this somewhere, because I may not even look at it, because I'm not expecting such mails in my mail. Any clarification should be sent to the other one, that's procurement at Anogas. If you have questions on the bid, if you have an idea of how it should have been presented other than how it was presented, send it to that other, procurement at Anogas. Like I said, any submission to any other email, either an AGPC staff, will lead to disqualification. If you send to our private emails, and we're not the one that sends to you with private emails, you will be disqualified immediately. What we usually do is that when we receive that mail and if we are lucky to have seen it, we just forward it to Umar and his team. What they will do is that they will authenticate that it actually came from you, and once it's authenticated that it came from you, you are disqualified from that tender. Whether you send to the right one, again, you are disqualified, because it may be seen that you actually want to compromise us in the process, and we don't want to be compromised. All acknowledge email or send regret. Always acknowledge emails or send regret email if you are unable to bid. It's good practice. Once you have received, send that you have received. If you are not willing to participate in that particular tender, also send a mail and say, sorry, I will decline to bid at this time. It doesn't mean that we are not going to send you another one. At least we know that either your hands are full at that time, or you feel that you don't actually want to do this particular business at that time. The next thing is our bid process. Next slide, please, so that we just go through that. The first step is that we send you the ITT, RFP, RFQ, RFI to all registered vendor. That's the first process. What's the meaning of RFP? Request for what? P, RFP. For proposal, and the other one is quotation, and the other one is RFI is what? Request for information. So when we have sent that to you, after the due date for submission, we do a bid opening. It can be virtual, it can be physical. You are not involved in that. That is done internally. And our internal team is always constituted. No single person opens bid in AGPC. You either have about 3 persons or 4 drawn from different groups so that we can ensure transparency. Then we go through evaluation. For very technical items, there are 2 stages of evaluation. The first one is technical. And what do we look out for in technical? We look out for some of those documents that we have requested that you should submit, whether it's your DPR, whether it's your tax and stuff, and also your experience. A team of about 4 or 5 persons independently go through it and they score you. So your mark is not determined by one person. And most of the time, those individuals are not even allowed to talk to each other until they have made their submission. So you cannot say it's because I've offended one person, and that's why they failed me. And I can also tell you that even after that evaluation, there are other layers. When the team submit their evaluation either to the contract engineer or to the lead procurement, it comes again to me. And my job at that time also is to just look through and be sure that there's no mistake in terms of the scoring, and that the scoring also reflects across board. For instance, let's say one party score you 10, and another party score you 3 on the same item. Immediately I know that something is wrong. Because if the item says DPR certificate, what will you do to get 10 over 10? What do you do to get 10 over 10? That means you have a DPR certificate and it's valid for that grade. So what will you do to then get 3? That means you submitted, but probably it's expired or whatever. They can't both see different things for something as specific as DPR certificate. So we do all those correlations to ensure that the mark that comes out is actually reflective. And after that, after the technical evaluation, we score everybody. We have a cutoff mark also for our technical evaluation. Chairman, what's our mark? What's our cutoff? 70%. 70% is our cutoff. So all those who score 70 and above, they then progress to the next stage. And what's the next stage? Is the commercial evaluation. We then open your commercial submission. How much did you say you are going to do the job? Because you passing 70% of technical means that anybody who has passed 70 can do the job. Any of them can do the job. So if all of them can do the job and one quote 20 million, another one quote 15 million, the only yardstick we can do now is to now see which of them who can do the job is most cost effective in their submission. We have a situation in people pass technical and they don't get the job. They can do the job, but what's wrong with their costing? Maybe the margin you are looking for is too high, or maybe also you are going through layers of parties for the items you want to buy. Let's say a very good input in your contract is cement, for instance. And the volume is so much that you can actually engage a real Dangote representative. But you took your costing from somebody who bought it from somebody who bought it for somebody. All those layers adds up to your cost and make you non-competitive. So after we have done that, we then choose the most cost effective. That's the one with, the best of them. There are other layers in our organization which is not written here. We then approach our tender board and present the results of all these things that I've told you to them. And sitting in that tender board are all our executive management team. They then review what we have done. If there's any fault or error in what we have done, they point it out and reject what we have done and tell us to go and do again. So why am I telling you that is that if at any point we make an award, know that the entire management of AGPC is behind that award. Everybody who is somebody have gone through what has been done and they agree that it is good enough. Then we send you a notification to say, look, you have been awarded this contract. Then we then go through the terms and conditions together. If they are negotiable part of the terms and conditions, for instance, let's say you want to deliver in 6 weeks, we ask you to engage your OEM or whatever to bring it out. Those are negotiables. Let's say, for instance, also we didn't add delivery to it when we were tendering, and we realized that rather than you dropping it at the port, we want you to bring it to those are negotiable. We can then agree on those. The ones that we don't negotiate our safety with anybody. We also do not negotiate the quality with anybody. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, this just shows you the process of our contracting and procurement. When we identify a need in the organization, we go through our database of all registered vendors and pull out those who can satisfy that, those who are in that categories, and do some blending also around those who have done it before, those who have never done anything before, and those who have failed in previous bid. Then we initiate the tendering process. When the bids come in, we analyze the bids and select, just as I've said, we negotiate and benchmark. We have a contract that is approved. We draft the contract and review it back and forth with you until we agree on the right thing to do. And then we issue a purchase order. If you don't have a purchase order from us, a PO from us, you are not expected to do anything from us, for us rather. And then when you then start executing, we expect also that you'll be raising your invoice at the right time. You think that you don't need to encourage anybody to raise invoice, but we find out the reality also is that some people do work and they don't invoice. At the end of the day, it's going to bite you. You need to pay people for them to continue to trust you, to support you with their goods, and even your workers to continue to work. So invoicing is also important. And then, just like Franklin, the manager of finance, has said, it goes through the system. We usually have payment terms. Maybe some of you would have seen 30 days or 45 days. But the reality is that we don't even wait for those number of days, because we try to encourage our vendors to get their money on time, and so that they can also be able to put their energy into the work. I think that should be this should be the final slide. Next slide, please. So the process I went through the other time, this is just to give you a bit more detail. After that, I'll just pick a few of them and then I'll talk about the submission timeline. Usually, for high-valued contract, we normally want to give about 3 weeks, and for low ones, about 2 weeks. If at any time you have challenges about submission, you can also reach out to us and just send a mail, but don't wait till the last minute. Send a mail, but it doesn't mean that every request for extension is granted, but some may be granted if we think that if we think you are not the only one in that situation, we can also do that. And the final one, the golden rule. Is it clear enough for you to read? It's not. Okay, I'll just read it from here. You must be authorized before you commence work. No contract or PO, then no work. Don't say somebody called me on phone and say I should start procurement or I should start doing something. Please, if you don't have a purchase order from us, please don't commence. If you also don't have a purchase order from us, you are not going to be paid. So we also don't want to be in a situation in which you think you have added value and you cannot receive value. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Buki, for that wonderful presentation about the procurement process. But he just did justice to it. Just to mention one particular thing that he said during his speech. Submission of bid. When a bid is sent to you, the email address that we use to send the bid is procurement@anorgas.com. But you will be advised to send your bid to tenders@anorgas.com. So if you send your bid to procurement@anorgas.com, it will not be opened. Nobody's going to take a look at that email, because that email is not meant for receiving bid. If you send it to tenders@anorgas.com, no access to that box until when the bid is over, the deadline of submission, then it will be opened. And if you send it to somebody's, maybe you know somebody's email or something, it will not be opened. Nobody's going to look at it. The next thing we have in our on our agenda is from our regulatory compliance units. And this is going to be anchored by Amina Mustafa. Amina, please. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice having you all vendors here today with us. My name is Amina Mustafa from Regulatory Compliance Department, Unit, sorry. I'm here before you this morning to talk about the regulatory discussion, the offenses and the history, and why do we have Nigerian content in our system as oil and gas. When you look at my slide, it's talking about the brain behind the Nigerian content, in which it's saying is the aim to boost the Nigerian economy, to utilize opportunities, to make availability in all areas of oil and gas in the country, instead of bringing in foreign parties to the country. The brain behind the Nigerian content is oil and gas has been existent. This is the first oil being discovered in 1956. The oil and gas has been going on, and it happens that most of the engagement happening in oil and gas are being delegated to international companies, not local companies. The NCDMB looked at it deeply and find out that the GDP of Nigeria is not boosting due to activities like this. Whereas we own the natural resources, but in-house, we are not benefiting from all these activities being done. When you look at it vividly in my charts here, when the oil and gas is operating, the materials and equipment, we all go outside the country to get them, in which we incur them in high rates of money. When you look at the fabrication as well, same thing happens. We go abroad to do most of these activities. The engineering aspect too, same thing, we go outside the country to do this. Very little of these activities we do in-house to add value for our own country in economic area and our livelihood. When it comes to giving of job in area of oil and gas, still we employ most of the international bodies to come down to do this job. Looking at the skills as well, the skills are being incurred only for the foreigners. We never look inside to see what are the skills or the capability of people we have in Nigeria that can do same thing like this, and we can groom them to do something better. So looking into it, with the findings gotten by NNPC in 2008, they find out that the estimation of $10 billion are always been getting from account, all in the name of activities being done on oil and gas. It goes out the country instead of staying in-house. So they now look at it and said, okay, the National Assembly look at it, if they can have a bill being passed at 2002, in which it was sponsored by the Honorable Chudi Ofedile. He was the one that initiated the bill. But before the time, he lost his election. In 2005 again, they resurfaced this same act to see how they can pass the bill to National Assembly to make sure that Nigerian content come into existence, to see how we can benefit in-house on all activities that will be happening in oil and gas. So the government issued a policy on local content with target of 45% in 2006 and 70% in 2010. This policy trust was domiciled and nurtured by NMPC for 5 years, which was the NCDMB that we all know. NCDMB was nurtured by NMPC for some years before they begin to stand on their own. That is in February 2005. The act was being approved, and 2010 they held to themselves without the interfering of NMPC in the system. The Senate passed the bill in April 2006 of House of Representatives in October 2009, signed into the law by the President, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, in April 22nd, 2010. Going forward into my slide, if you look at it very well, these are some of the level and agenda what local content intend getting from us. They believe Nigeria is that concept of local content is not contract awards to be given to, that are not be given to Nigerians. The oil and gas sectors is the driving force of our economy. If we can set up companies that produce components and other requirements of the oil and gas locally, that will be the beginning of our industrialization processes, in which I mentioned earlier on that most activities are done mostly with the international company. We are not looking at the in-house. When you look at the second role, they pinpoint there regarding the act. They say our roles as government is to create the condition that will stimulate service providers to invest in new infrastructure or expand existing facilities in order to increase market share for Nigerians, to create local competition, improve product quality, enhance operational efficiency, and drive costs down in the medium time for long run. Looking at the 10th of NCDMB, in which it was adopted from the Logic Act in 2010, we have the GDP. When you look at it, they make sure that everything that will be done anything that will be done in oil and gas concerning anything that will be done in Nigeria concerning oil and gas, it must be domesticated and domiciliation. And they must make sure that there's a job creation in the system. And the technology transfer, how do they do things like this? In the technology transfer, working with the international bodies, instead of going out, just getting what we want and bringing it back home, they make sure that they bring the international body down, or we send our own people over there to get the knowledge, and they come back home to make use of it in the oil and gas system. The training aspect, along the line, there are some percentage that are being taken away from every oil and gas project that will be happening in Nigeria. This percentage of money are always being inputted in these trainings. Who are those that they train? They train every Nigerians that applied on their portal. So when opportunities like this come, from their database, they randomly pick people and send them for trainings to have the knowledge in which we always look out for outside the country. They give value and creation, and give additional to our living through this oil and gas benefits from what they got. Looking at my slide, the impact of Logic Act since it has been invented since 2010. It increased the indigenous company participation in oil and gas industry activities. Why? Because all the activities that are being done, Nigerians are being carried along. Because most of our people are being trained in most of what we go out to seek for. It has contributed to growth of the economy by boosting the gross domestic product. The gross domestic product that I showed you earlier on the slide that we're reading $10 billion going out of the company happens to be reading in our GDP now in Nigeria. It has attracted investment worth of $2 billion into the country because they try to bring in business to the country instead of us taking business out of the country. Those are things that they try to make sure it happens under these acts of Nigerian content. They have created about 38,000 job opportunities. Yes, after the training of most of people that they were being fortunate to be trained under NCDMB, at the long run, they find some areas in oil and gas that there is availability of job of what they've been taught. They put them in there to get a job. This source was got from KPG in 2017. Sorry. Key provisions of NOGIC Act in that same 2010 when it has been approved. Okay, the key provision from NOGIC Act to you as a vendor. It's read that jobs from $1 million US, NCDMB will be part of the people that will look into the contracts that will be awarded for you. A Nigerian company defined under the 2010 Act as one in which Nigeria hold at least 51% equity share. The principle of the first consideration, the principle of first consideration means they look inward before looking outward. They look locally, not internationally. The principle of exclusive consideration is being read. Legal services, financial services, and insurance should be done in country. Most of the activities we go out to do, as I mentioned earlier on, they are being done in-house locally. All fabrication should be done in country. These are things that they strictly stand on. Any activities, fabrication, name it, that we usually look outward to travel out to get before we make use in oil and gas, they make sure that most of those things are being fabricated here in Nigeria by our Nigerians. Nigerian subsidiaries of multinational companies must own at least 50% of the equipment developed to execute projects. These are they give advantage of 50% of any project going on in Nigeria, that like the 50% of whatever is to be happening should be Nigerians handling those activities. An indigenous company must own 50% of the equipment and personnel to be qualified for the award of contracts. Here again, they look at it like when you are having a work to do in Nigeria in oil and gas, before you look at the foreign bodies, you look inward for Nigerians must be more than 50% on that project. If not, you'll be fined. These are the advantage that most of you vendors have under this act. The award of contract shall not be solely based on the principle of lowest bidders, where Nigerian companies have the capacity to execute such job and shall not be disqualified provided the value does not exceed 10%. In this sense, they are pinpointing in areas that even if an international body will come in to do any job for us, Nigerian vendors or contractors should be considered first. Okay, reading out all these, there are offenses and impacts that will take place if one violates all their guidelines. The last slide I read to you are some of their guidelines that you need to work with whenever you are operating an oil and gas. In their offenses and penalty, an operator, contractor, or subcontractor who carries out any project contrary to the provisions of the Act commits an offense and is liable upon conviction. to a fine of 5% of project sum of each project, or they canceled the project for him. When you are caught found, there are some percentage of, if they're a bit lenient with you, they could end up getting some percentage of your project as a fine, or they cancel your project for you totally. Looking at the offenses and they give you the penalty, what are the impacts? Impacts like this, it damages your reputation of your company because you'll be listed their blacklist. Whenever they are giving job, they count you out of people that other oil and gas companies should look up to get the job. Like loss of revenue, definitely you don't have job to work on, you have loss of your revenue. Outright cancellation of contract, in which I mentioned, they cancel your contract outrightly, and which means you can be blacklisted. Pay 5% fine of total project, that is, they are even being lenient, getting 5% of that project that you are dealing with because you violate their policy. So looking at our community content approaches, what we as AGPC will achieve over the years that we kick off. We've carried out capacity development. We've earmarked certain jobs for our community contractors. When we are giving contracts in AGPC, the first consideration we look out for are our community vendors before going out of Imo State as a whole. We encourage our community contractors to form technical partnership with competent companies. We encourage them, we enlighten them to see how they can work with other company tools as well. We unbundle some major contracts to accommodate community contractors. We provide any information to our community contractors that may be benefits to them in the oil and gas industry. Having some information that could make them have some hedges or opportunities in the oil and gas, when we have them, we share with them. So there's some requirements in Nigerian Content Act if you want to register for like if you want to be part of those that will be trained, that if you want to be part of those that will be trained for a specific job or role, you register with them. The link below is the registration from NOGIC jqs.government.ng. That's the link. You can always dial into the link and you check how the registration process goes. All service providers must obtain Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate. What is this telling us? Like before you have a job with us as AGPC, these are the necessary certificates you need to have to carry on some activities with us. Contract as from 1 million, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, it will involve the presence of Nigerian Content to take part in such contract before it can be awarded to you. We provide HCD training plan in which, as it was mentioned, from our own project too, there are some percentage that is being carried out that we use in training people that Nigerian Content pull out from their database for us to. It's like a give back to the nation, Give Back to the Nation Act. We do so too as AGPC. Don't deploy any expatriates to work in our location without consulting AGPC technical division. This means even if you have a job doing with AGPC, you have a contract dealing with them, if you have a foreign personnel that needs to work with you, you need to seek the consent of AGPC before bringing that expatriate to that project you want to do for us. Complete the project activities report template for all service render. When we give you jobs, you are expected, after you finish your project work, you are expected to fill this form. Because this form, we always use it depending on how we have to have meeting or engagement with the NCDMB, because this form shows that you've worked with us, and it's like a certificate of completion of the job you've done for us, following all the guidelines and policies being mentioned in the NOGIC Act. Our achievement in AGPC over the year. As at last year, we've organized programs with you. We have like 150 community vendors being present in our vendor engagement, the way we are all sitting here today, in which this year we invited 250 vendors. These are part of the achievements we are building up. We've applied 10% bid rule in favor of our community contractors. We make our bid list contain 100% community contractors. As I mentioned earlier on, we look locally here in Imo State for our vendors before going further for any job available. Encourage our contractors, our community contractors, to form technical partnership. We try to build partnership with most of our vendors. We've signed the GMO that favors the community. Yes, we've been doing activities to see how we can build our relationship with the people in our community in AGPC. Unbundle major contracts to accommodate our host communities. We find most opportunities that comes up that we need to do, we try to look inward to see how the community people get opportunity first before going far. Thank you. That's all about my presentation.
Thank you so much, Amina, for that wonderful presentation. Okay, so we'd like to recognize the presence of one of our executive management team member in AGPC. He's no other person than our General Manager, Technical, Engineer Walter Wellinger. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. It's a privilege to have you in our midst. We are about almost rounding up the program for today. We're going to take the second to the last presentation for today. And, I mentioned earlier that safety is key for the kind of business we do, oil and gas. So I'd like to bring on stage our HSSE manager, Engineer Olushola Aino. Engineer Olushola, please come on stage. Thank you. A round of applause for him.
You know, introduce me. I don't know what I do you. Huh? But I don't like me. Why don't I no class for me now? What did I do? Huh? You say what? I came late. The message we want to send me now they do. So, thank you so much for coming. But before then, I noticed some people are. So let's stand up a little bit. We are talking about safety. We need to do some exercise. As you not recognize me, I go recognize you now. Okay. So you will follow me. So just do that quickly. So we are going to run to our side and come back. Are we ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's try to run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Okay. So, can you hear me at the last one there? So, you are in the microphone? Yes? Can you hear me at the other side? Good. When you work for construction site, at times, when you talk to your wife or house, they will say you are shouting. You say, I'm not shouting. Why? Because you did push, so I'm used to this. So I'm going to talk to us quickly about So I'm going to talk to us quickly about vendor safety and quality. Haven't heard what my colleagues Ajia just mentioned about how the government is trying to encourage every one of us. The question I want to ask every one of us is that, are we going to do the job shabbily? Are we going to do it wrongly? Are we going to kill people? So that is why this vendor forum is there. And that's why this topic to improve is there. Because we don't want a story that can touch whereby we will say, oh, if we have given it to a white man, maybe they could have done it better. Or maybe if we have given it to a multinational, they could have done it better. I know we can do it. We can actually do it. And that's why we are here today. So my job is very simple. I will run through this, but just to narrate, because the supply chain is a very, very critical part of our business. In fact, it's a gatekeeper for every one of us. Because if you bring any materials into our organization, that material becomes the weakest link in our organization. And if you bring in anybody into our organization that is not healthy, that is not feeling okay, that person is also an hazard for us at the end of the day. So this thing is very, very important. And that is why we are always looking forward for a way where we can improve our safety performance, improve our qualities. As I mentioned over there, we will see that there are 9 areas that involve this supply chain. 9 of them. I'm not going to talk through all of them. We don't have the whole time, but I will engage every one of us. So, but when you look at it, this is what drives us in our contract documents that we all sign with you. This is what drives us every time that we are, we're having this kind of forum whereby we can talk to ourselves and remind ourselves of the need where we consider safety. Because safety and quality is where personal safety and plant integrity comes together. And you don't know which one comes first, because I always tell people this. Which one comes first? Is this safety or quality? Because if your car is not okay, the assurance is not there, and if you are running, is it safe? But now the tire. So you see now, it's chicken and egg. So that's why 2 of them run at the same time. And that is why I want to talk us through the next slide. Let's go to the next slide quickly. Because we talk about being the pre-mob, doing all sorts of things that we are doing. Am I controlling it here? Controlling for me. Please, the next one, please. Okay, so now what are those common risks that we normally introduce into our supply chain or into organization unknowingly? Some is knowingly, but some is unknowingly. Number 1, non-compliances. Don't worry, we can do it. Don't worry, they can go. No, it can't go. We need to do it well, and we need to do it right, because that costs money. And the second one is talent shortage. When you don't put the right person. Hey, welcome. I think you can. You did that work for me the other time. Hey, come do it. It doesn't work like that, because if at the end of the day, this job you are doing for us, we are paying for it, and that particular person cannot delay, it becomes what? The weakest link. And that weakest link affects us at the end of the day, because we have our plan to run, we have our business to run, and we need to equally, the company need to pay pay me my salary as well. But when there is a problem, you have already eroded that. So we have to put the right person when you are working for us. This will help us to also improve our system. Then when you have a chaotic vendor management, where this one talks about when there are so many issues, the document is not right, we ask this, it's not there, things are not organized, then it also brings confusion. And the moment there is a confusion, there is always an element of risk in that, either from safety or from quality point of view. Then poor choices. We don't want a situation whereby, one of the key things take home here is having discussed, having engaged, we should be improved in our service delivery and in our product delivery, whereby we will be able to say, yes, these contractors have been working for us consistently and they don't have any issues. And this is the time that these are the reminders that we need to send to ourselves. So we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing? Have complaints? Because in our system, we have an evaluation. We evaluate every one of us. We evaluate to make sure that this particular person, did he deliver on time? on quality, on safety, and contractually the way that has been given to him. Then another one is inadequate need analysis. This one talks about, okay, you are asked to do a particular job, and you cannot profile it in such a way that will meet that particular that we meet. For instance, you are given to do a civil work, maybe a concrete work, and you know that you need to provide a certain aggregate, you need to provide a certain cement, you need to do a rebar as the case may be. But you just say, hey, you know me, anyway, we're face, no, not on our own plant. You need to do it in a way that contrasts it, because the moment you don't do it, as I earlier mentioned, you are introducing safety issues and quality issues as well. And of course, when you have a delay, because this is one of those things that bothers us. We have given you the time, we have considered you, we've done everything, but you just delay. And the moment you are delaying, you are equally delaying the end user at the end of the day. For instance, if you are giving a PPE, for instance, to supply, and you don't supply, what about the new person that we engage on site? How is it going to work? How is she going to work? Because we need that particular item for him or her to wear. So when you delay all these things, it affects us, and at the end of the day, it introduces a risk into our system. Next slide, please. So I want to talk to us. So how can we improve this? In supply chain, or in a supplier-client relationship, three things happen. And that is when, you specify. That means, what are those things that you need to do? You select, we look at, okay, all those things, there is historical record, as per safety record. When you are working for us, have you been able to do it in such a way that we can say, yes, this particular vendor is working in tandem with our belief system. He's working in tandem with what we are asked him or her to do. Because that's one of those things that drives that. Then also we monitor. We need to know that you are delivering on what we ask you to do. Because if you don't do that, it's also a gap, and you are introducing a risk into the system, which we don't want at all. We want to beat our chest in the next 10 years and say, yes, we build this gas plant, and this gas plant doesn't have a problem, or we are in this business and and it is you that make us to succeed. Because without you, we don't exist, and without us, you don't exist. So two of us need to have that relationship whereby we can do things professionally. Next slide, please. So now, another thing that I want us to look at is the area of occupational health. Because when I've never seen somebody that is not okay, that is working, that is having health issues. I've never seen that. If somebody is not okay, how will that happen? So if you see, one of those things that is also mentioned in our contract is that, because I always say a healthy workforce is a productive workforce. If somebody is not okay, why are you forcing that person to come? Or why are you bringing that person to come? Or we've seen cases whereby somebody have an anger issue. He's from village. No, that village, keep that village for village. This one won't work for site here. So we will have to find a way whereby when somebody is mentally okay, is stable, that kind of person should be given a chance to work. So we are looking at how this area whereby occupational health is very important when you are working for us, when you are delivering anything for us. You need to consider that. Another one is environment. The greatest asset that God has given to us is this, our environment. And every day, unknowingly, directly or indirectly, we destroy it. And you can be asking yourself, how? If your machine is not properly maintained, you are bringing smoke into the environment. If your machine that you gave to us, despite the fact that as at the time we promote it, everything looked fine, but after 1 week, it started leaking oil, you are destroying the environment. All these things are the things that oftentimes we don't consider it. Or when you are in our work site and you need to drink water and you are thirsty, you just drink and just throw it away. No, have a bag where you can collect all these things. Because we still have a lot of children that we are still going to give back to. So we need to be conscious of all these things when you are dealing with us. These are the only way we can say, yes, we have improved. Look at my colleague said, it was 150 last year. This year is 250. It means there is a lot of interaction going on. That means we are improving. So, but when we are doing that, let's consider the environment. Risk assessment. When you come to us, next slide, when you are coming to us, we also look at what are those things that you are putting into us as a risk in time of reputation, because we guide our pride. Look at our logo, wonderful logo. We pride ourselves. We beat our chest that we are AGPC. So what reputation are you bringing to us? You look at the asset. We look at so many things that you are doing. How are you relating with us? We want a situation whereby we can, when you mention our company, in the very near time want to see us to say, yes, this company, they don't play. They mean business in time of safety. They mean business in time of getting their job done. They will never let their guard down. That's what we want, because we have a stakeholder. We want to build a plant whereby in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, that young child can go along that place without any fear of anything happening in the gas plant. So that is the reason why asset is very good. So now, let me switch over to quality now, the other side that talks about plant integrity or asset integrity, or whatever you are bringing to us, meet that particular requirement. Number one, in all those things that I've highlighted earlier on, in terms of the risks, exposure into us, the first and the important one is customer focus. Customer focus here, we need to, what are those things that is written for you to do in terms of safety, in terms of quality? What are those things there? And what are those relationships? Because if you don't understand, that's why we have people, a contract holder. That's why we have people that will work together. If you don't understand, ask them questions. Don't say you know. Don't say, oh, this job is the same thing that I've done in one other company. No, ask questions. When you ask, it becomes clearer. And at the end of the day, you have a clarity of purpose, and you have a clarity of that particular job that you are doing with us. Why are we saying this? What happens because of poor quality? You can see there. There is increased cost. There is reduced health and safety. There is environmental damage, loss of reputation, time. We burn time when you don't do a good job. We burn the time. We lost morale because something has happened to somebody. And at the end of the day, what do you have? At the end of the day, nobody is doing charity here. You lose money, we lose money. But we don't want to lose money. Okay? Then another one is inspection and control. So here is a very critical one. This is where most of the vendor always fall short of. You are too, you worry us so much. No, so we need to be sure of what you are giving to us. I mean, some of my friends here, some of them are waving me. Yes, it's true you are waving me, but you are waving because last time we met, I was telling you that this particular material you are giving to us is not meeting our requirement, and we are not going to accept it because somebody is using them. So that is why we pay more attention. So this second one talks about the customer focus. We need to understand what are those things that they ask us to do. I've seen contractors asking us so many clarity on one particular thing, and I told my team, answer him, because he wants a clarity so that when he submit exactly. So please, we need to take more attention on that. Let's go. The next slide. So another one is collaboration. I can't oversize this. I know some of my friends must have talked about this, so I'm not going to talk more about that. We need to talk to one another. We need to collaborate. We can't work in isolation. We don't know it. You guys know it. So therefore, that collaboration is very, very important. Like one of my colleagues has earlier mentioned when he was taking us through the regulatory part, we want to engage the community. And just like me, I'm from a community also. And if you see me now holding microphone, looking fine, I'm from one poor community. So also we believe that there's somebody that is like me also in ASA too, who has worked, who has done so many things, who can deliver the entire thing. So in that area, we need that collaboration as well. Communication, I can't overemphasize, that's what we are doing. We must talk. We must, when you don't have that clarity, say it out. They say a closed mouth is what? People, they go to church, yeah, I know. Because, I'm very happy that people are going to church. So you need to talk. Don't keep quiet. Most of us, we just say, hey, you made that thing. Now the money with the look, hey, that thing. How much, Seth? How much? No, that's not the way to run contract. You need to clarify. We need to talk. If there is any issues, these T-shirts, somebody did it for us. And before he puts this thing here, he was asking questions. Should I put it here? Should I put whatever? And we have to tell him that this is the right place to put it. Why? Communication. And today, we can see it's very okay. So access, remain proactive. At times, contractors just say, oh, okay, I've collected the contract, there's no need. No. If there are things that you need to act on, be proactive. Two of us are together. That's why proactive is also part of the collaboration and the communication. Let's always be on top of our game. Let's always continue to get things done ahead of time. Then I can't talk about the assessment because I've mentioned it. Then the last two is very important, that talks about process approach. We want a traceability of how you get the job done. We are organizations that have stakeholders. We are organizations that have management. that is asking us, tell me how this thing is done. If you don't have documentation, how are we going to explain to them? Yes, we can talk, but yes, show me the documentation. This is the area where most of our vendors are lacking. You need to write it down. You need to let us see that thing so that at the end of the day, we can match whatever that you have delivered to us with the contract that you sign. We don't need to assume, oh, I've discussed with him now. We don't discuss. No. In quality or safety, there's nothing like friends. If it doesn't written, it doesn't exist. Do you understand what I'm saying? If it's not written, doesn't exist, because if anything happens at the end of the day, how are we going to justify the way you did it? Then continuous improvement is the only way. I want to ask every one of us a question. The Mercedes-Benz of 2020, of 2000, is it the same thing with Mercedes-Benz of 2010? Honda of 2010, is it the same thing with Honda of 2020? Why? Continuous improvement. So we are improving. Are you improving? So you will tell me that. Show me the next one. So in all, vendor safety and quality is where, like I mentioned, where both human elements and asset integrity comes together. Therefore, we can't do one and leave others. Both works together to give assurance to what products or services we provided and about to provide. So such a session has to be taken to make sure that these things. So I just want to thank every one of you for listening, because too much grammar, they bring confusion. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Shola. You know, since we came in, not that we actually forgot, but we purposely reserved it that whenever you come in, you make us do like this, and do like this, and do like that. Thank you so much, sir. So the next thing we have here is gift and hospitality policy. This, our legal advisor was supposed to be here, but she's unavoidably absent as a result of some legal bureaucratic bottlenecks. So it is going to be a pre-recorded presentation. Please, Project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this segment. We're going to be looking at AGPC's gifts and hospitality policy. My name is Mufe Romosele. I'm the Company Secretary and Legal Advisor at AGPC. So in going through our policy, we're going to start by looking at two concepts we're going to be mentioning a lot during the course of this presentation. And these are hospitality and gifts. So when we speak about hospitality, just very high level, we're talking about things like travel expenses, meals, invitations to cultural events, and that applies whether you're there or not. So for example, you give somebody a ticket to an event and you're not there, it still counts as hospitality. What we exclude from the realm of hospitality are things like tea or lunch, which are served during the course of a business meeting. All right, so when we talk about gifts, we're talking about anything offered from one person to another without payment or expectation of payment. So having set that background as to these two concepts, I want to speak to AGPC's general stance in relation to the concept of gifts and hospitality so that you get a good feel of where we're coming from in relation to our policy. As a company, we're very committed to the highest levels of business ethics, fairness, and transparency. As you know, we have very high profile shareholders. So it's important to us that we're very careful about our reputation, about not being perceived to engage in any acts of impropriety, and certainly about not violating any of the laws of the land. So we understand that gifts and hospitality can be useful in promoting business relationships, in creating bonds and cordiality. but we're also aware that if you don't manage it carefully, gifts and hospitality can be construed for corruption, for bribery, for partiality, and even for violation of the laws. The laws of Nigeria, of course, forbid offering or giving anything of value in order to gain an improper advantage. For this reason, as a company, we've developed our gifts and hospitality policy so that it can help people navigate this terrain carefully and avoid any acts that would lead to undesirable results. So what exactly does our policy seek to do? It seeks to achieve 4 things. 1 is to tell you what the acceptable standard of conduct is, to help contractors make the right decisions when conducting business on behalf of AGPC, to set out the conditions under which gifts and hospitality may be offered and received, and to provide guidance as to how to be transparent and to achieve proper record keeping in gift giving. So we'll start by looking at what to consider should you wish to give someone a gift. There are 4 things to bear in mind. The first question you should ask yourself is, what is your intention? Is it to influence the person, or do you want to generally foster a good relationship? The second thing to consider is, how material or expensive or valuable is this gift? Is it enough to influence the person's decision making? Do you give such gifts regularly? The third question is it legal? Now, AGPC employees cannot be construed as public officials, but one still has to be careful about not being seen to be seeking improper advantage, which would make you run foul of the law. Fourth question, would it be embarrassing if their line manager or any other person became aware about that gift? And another one that is important, but we don't have it captured here, is, does it comply with AGPC's rules? So for example, is it a corporate branded item of nominal value? And we're going to look in a little bit as to what we consider to be nominal value. So how do I know if a gift is nominal value? How do I know what is actually acceptable? The threshold that we use in AGPC is about $100, which comes up to about 40,000 naira. So if you're thinking of giving a corporate branded item that's not more than $100, so for example, like a t-shirt or a calendar or a diary, then that's fine. The person you're giving, though, has to remember that even though it's an acceptable gift, they would still need to register that gift with our HR department in the gifts register. Another example to consider is if you're hosting a meeting and you have corporate branded pens or notepads on the table, that's okay. That's also fine. And also, as I mentioned before, if in the course of that meeting you're serving tea, coffee, lunch, that's acceptable. The occasional meal, modestly priced meal of not more than 2 in a year is also acceptable. What is not acceptable, however, is if you try to take one of our staff to a very expensive restaurant or for very expensive dinner that you know this person has been dreaming to make their world if they're actually able to go and eat in this place. You know, such kinds of offers are completely unacceptable under our policy. An important thing to note is that even within these things we've considered as acceptable, if you're dealing with anybody that is involved in a tender or a bidding process, so anybody in our supply chain team or any other person you've been involved with in the course of your bid or your tender, you cannot give them anything even if it costs just 1 naira. You cannot give them anything at all. So let's look at what the unacceptable gifts are. The first is cash or anything remotely like cash. So no gift vouchers, no bank transfers, no loans. None of these are acceptable. Second, any corporate branded item that exceeds 100 USD. So you have some very lovely sets that are going around this period, especially this Christmas period, and some of them come quite expensive. So those expensive sets, wristwatches, things like that that are branded but they exceed $100 in value will not be acceptable. As I mentioned before, anything of value involving parties in the tender or a bidding process, regardless of the amount, will not be acceptable. Similarly, unbranded items like Christmas hampers or bag of rice or turkey will not be an acceptable gift. Of course, anything of an indecent nature is an absolute and complete no-no. It's also important to remember that anything that would cause embarrassment, if it were to come out in the light, should not be offered as a gift. Any gift that has to be kept secret should not be offered as a gift. And as we've mentioned before, meals and drinks taken in the course of a business meeting will not be considered as acts of hospitality. And finally, any gift that you give with the expectation that something should come back in return will not be acceptable. So to recap, what are the things we need to be careful about? One, you have to be careful that whatever gift you're giving is not perceived as a facilitation payment or a bribe. Two, you have to be careful that the person who is receiving the gift does not feel bound to give you any business advantage as a result of that gift. Three, for your own protection, maintain detailed records that documents the details of the gift or hospitality that you gave, so that at any point in time it can be demonstrated that you have stayed within the ambit of the law and within the ambit of our gifts and hospitality policy. And finally, there are consequences for non-compliance, both for contractor as well as employees. So we encourage you to pay careful attention to the guidelines that have been explained and set forth. When in doubt, please seek clarification and have those doubts well explained and cared for before taking action in relation to the giving of any gift. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy to take any questions that you have.
Please, a round of applause again. Somebody somewhere said, if we do not kill corruption, corruption will kill us. So in AGPC, we have zero tolerance when it comes to corruption. So the message was quite explicit and spot on. We thank our legal advisor in absentia. The next thing we have here is feedback session. And we know that if we allow all of us, everybody would speak. But just for us to manage the time, we just want to call upon two vendors that have actually worked with us to give us their feedback, just a brief feedback based on their experiences working with AGPC. So at this point, I would want to call upon Megastar Construction, the representative of Megastar Construction, to please come forward to give us this feedback. Please let's clap for him.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Engineer Lawrence Njemanze, the head of projects for Megastar Technical and Construction Company Limited. Thank you for the opportunity. We were opportuned and privileged to construct an industrial training center for AGPC, which comprises of a tower, 6-floor tower, the library, which is a 3 floors, the heavy and light scale, and then the external works. It was a 12 months duration project, and we were able to achieve this very contracts within the specified time, standing on the right quality, and no additional cost was incurred. And this was made possible because first, the AGPC team that really worked with us insisted that we stick strictly to the rules, regulations, and policies that has to do with safety. In fact, in the course of this project, we as a company stepped up in our safety policies because of the insistence of this team in adhering strictly to our safety, their safety regulations. The daily, weekly, and monthly safety meetings were held according to instructions by the clients. The use of right PPEs were equally not left out, and methodologies for all activities that were to be carried out. In fact, they never laid down their guards as far as the safety is concerned. And the second thing that really led to the success of this very project was the proper documentation and communication, which flows freely within us and the team. This was not left out. The use of DCC was equally not left out in this. So every document that has to do with this project, we are strictly followed as stated and instructed by our clients, AGPC. The next I would like to quickly mention is the quality. AGPC is a quality conscious company from what we saw all through this, the 12 months of execution of this project. They believed that they must have value for what the money they are spending for. And that was exactly what we did. Sticking strictly to every specifications as laid down in the contract and the BOQ. And they ensured that was done. And with that, that paid off at the end of the day, because that edifice is still speaking for itself till today. And the next thing I want to quickly talk about is finance. I want to make bold to say that we are paid as at when due. None of our payments all through these projects was delayed, none. As long as all documentations as regards to the payments were released. In fact, I must say that some of those payments were made before time, before the 45 days stated in our contract. And the last but not the least is professionalism. We saw a high level of professionalism among the team. The openness was there, free flow cordial relationship with all that were involved in this project. We was highly experienced and commended. No compromise, no personal interest for anything. In fact, when the legal person was speaking, I was smiling because something happened in the course of our project. Usually, we give out our Christmas gifts to our staff and our clients. But the little one that was even given to the AGPC person, just as a Christmas gift, not a bribe, nothing, which is normal in our company, was even rejected. They rejected and said, no, this is not part of our policy, even though it was nothing to us. So we saw high level of professionalism. We saw teamwork. The best teamwork I've ever experienced for the past 20 years of my practice was experienced within this period. And I want to tell you, sir, that this project was part of my appraisal, and that led to my promotion 3 months ago from a project manager to the head of operations, deputy operations manager. I want to thank AGPC for the privilege and opportunity given to us to execute such a project, and we look forward to do more business with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I love the last statement. He said he looks forward to doing more business with AGPC, and we'll be glad to also do business with you, sir. So quickly, I would want to, before we call upon the next company, just to give honor to whom honor is due, I would want to recognize the presence of our project execution manager in the presence of Engineer Ubina Madumere, here with us. Area, the representative of Aerius Wave Oil and Gas Limited.
To recognize manager services. Thank you for how you've been handling this meeting. Our feedback, I'm representing Ebuka. He has been interacting more with some of the AGPC staff, and they will know his face better. My name is Victor Origo. Our feedback, I'll just pick one of them. Time we got a job with AGPC to make payment on behalf of AGPC. Money matter, you want to be extra careful. You want to make sure that the name is correct. You want to make sure that the bank is correct. And there's just that double check that we wanted to do. So we are calling the person who was responsible for the contract. The excitement he was giving to us, we're not feeling like, you should say we need to make mistakes, so. Because this guy is more interested in the job than us. So it says that our profit margin is not big enough. It was very, very comforting. We had a very good interaction. So AGPC has a very good interaction with their vendors, and we appreciate that, and just to mention that as a feedback. Then the other part is that they just want to see that you succeed in what you are doing. So they don't just leave you to say, okay, handle, that you succeed. I remember that we were called to say, double check, if this, that you need more hours for it, just take one more hour. Double check, don't make mistake of paying twice, because we had a long list of persons who won't pay. So it was partnership in progress. Partnership in progress, a very clear, assistance we got. I don't know whether it's okay to mention name. Mr. Nicholas, he has been so helpful, so helpful. He will call, have you done the payment? What is the challenge with the bank? Where are you now? And when you give him the supporting document, you just give speed to what you are doing. So there is that continuous support. Then for payment, because we have interacted with other environments, that when you submit invoice, you now send photocopy to church for prayers. You send photocopy here and there, When we got the first payment after very few days, we were trying to look at it to say, did they make mistake? You sure this is the payment of the job? Should we call to confirm if this is the payment? So there's this prompt payment that our bankers now, when we go into the bank, we are very a bit of high shoulders, because we are quick to respond with our financial obligation, and that relationship has been fruitful. So I think this is just a short summary of our feedback with AGPC. Thank you.
Right. Okay, we want to thank you, Arius Way, for that speech. We want to recognize our managers. Okay, I think he has just stepped out, so maybe when he comes in, we'll recognize him. So we're moving on to the question and answer session now. So we've heard all the presentations, the wonderful, enlightening presentations by our AGPC staff members. And this is a time for you to seek clarifications for anything you don't understand in the course of the presentation, or something you had on your mind for you want to clarify about how we run our business. So this is the time for you to ask those questions. We have our executive management team member. We have all our managers all present. So we'd like to take your questions at this time. Do we have any questions? Lots of questions. All right, so we'll take them one after the other.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, ma'am. My question goes this way. If bid is sent to you on a Excel sheet, and when you finish bidding, you want to send it back to them, you decide to put your company logo on the Excel sheet, is it right? That is number one question. Number two question is, when bid is sent to you and the description of the item is not correct, when you send it back to the OEM gave you the correct description, and you decide to put the correct description on the Excel sheet, is it wrong? Thank you.
Okay, so I can take that, sir. All right, so the first question you asked is if you put your company logo on the Excel sheet. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's number one. Number two, when you have a specification from the OEM, that's the right specification, yes, not the one we put in our bid. Yes. So what you do, we have what we call bid clarification. So Mr. Engineer Buki had mentioned in his presentation that you write to us that these are the specifications by the OEM. So we'll review that and we'll give you a response. We can tell you to go ahead, because sometimes it might not be the right OEM that we want to buy from. So the engineer that is handling the job might have the right OEM he wants to buy from. So maybe it might not be the correct one. So we'll review that and we'll provide a response.
No, let me clarify you. An OEM name was given.
Okay.
So we wrote to the OEM. He gave us the right and the description of the item, and also gave us a part number, which we wrote back to you people through procurement. There was no response till the date of the closing. I have no option than putting the rightful the rightful description from the OEM. So I want to know if it's wrong.
No,
thank you.
It's not. You are not wrong at all. You are not wrong.
Maybe we missed that. Actually, when you send calibrations, we should respond to it. But you've done the right thing by putting what you receive from them and the pricing. If at the point of opening, if we discover that there's a discrepancy, we'll still probably call you up and tell you to do something else.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Oluchodika, presenting the Spot Links.
goes like this. I have 3 questions, but let me start this way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Hello? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Oluchodi, representing Pointless. I have 3 questions. 3 questions, please. Yeah, number 1 goes like this. Your company asked me to supply PPE under HSA. And I was asked to go to the site and show the sample to the HSC personnel. We went there, and she said no, that she don't want the ones we brought. I returned another one. She said this is the one she wants. But in our bid, that one is not what the company told us to bid. It's costlier than the one the company approved. So she called some of her staffs. They said, no, they don't want this one we brought. That you should see the one they want. So we wrote back to our company, to our mail. We mailed to them that look at what is happening in the site. And after about 2 weeks, they said we should go back and show them. We went and they rejected it. But we must bring the one they want. And in that bid, this one is costlier than the one you sent to us. So in that aspect, what do we do? That's number 1. Then number 2, when the local content person is talking about about local content procedures in Nigeria and the host communities, I listened carefully. What he said in Nigeria is not applicable in Asa North or Haji South field. Why I'm saying this is because we know that your company is fabricating pipes, which they will use in the site, Assad community. And nobody from that community is involved in what you are doing somewhere, either in Port Harcourt or in Lagos. I don't know why nobody from that community called Asa is involved in this fabrication of pipes and other things. Number 2, you talked about immerse certain jobs to community vendors. But I have not seen anybody from that community doing any job. You said you mark certain jobs. I have not seen. If there is, I don't know. I would really want to know. Then, AGPC. Since you came in, we have a GMO with you people. Even though now, apart from now that we are coming up with PIA or board, but before now, I know too well that you approved or awarded some jobs in our SAC community, the roads. And during that rainy season, they are doing as if, the contractor was doing as if they are serious. And my people are suffering in that road during that rainy season. Everybody going there. I can't drive to that place to my community as I'm from Asa community. I can't drive from there, from Owerri or from Ohuba to Asa. Now, we have a dry season, and I was expecting that the contractors will be in the site doing the job. Since 2 weeks, we've been experiencing dry season. What is happening? That the place where you are doing your work or operating, and when we asked, the last time I checked, Obi, I hope you're listening to me now. The last time I checked, some said that they have not been mobilized. Some contractors doing that road said they have not been mobilized. I want you to tell us, with the community leaders from that community, what is happening? Why are you people punishing us? Why should our women, our mothers be punished? Because that is the road we are operating. All your loads are going through this road, and you decided to abandon them that way. Please, I want to know. I want to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So I want to start from the PPE.
Okay. Don't worry. Let's organize it this way. For the PPE stuff, you've not yet submitted the bid when they were talking about supplying another type, I believe. Yeah. So that is the quality that they want you to bid for, because that is the quality other people will also bid for. So whether the price is high or not, until you have submitted your pricing, there's really no consideration. For instance, if you get to the place and you thought we were going to ask you to submit bid for this jacket, which is 20,000 naira, and then at the end of the day, we showed you this jacket, which is about 50,000 naira. That is the quality we want. You understand? And that's the price you give us. Every other person bidding for it too are going to bid for the same thing. So no problem yet until you have submitted a bid. Am I clear on that answer? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, great. So in this case, we specify what we wanted, and the person on site now showed you something else. Oh, okay, great. So let Engineer Shola tell us what happened in this case.
I'm happy that now I know you. Why I'm saying that is the question I asked them is that what you submitted when we asked you to provide us a sample first? If that is not, then we will not accept it from you. But if it is, we will accept it from you. Because we asked all the vendor. Because that's part of the things we are saying. We deliberately said the vendor from the community must supply these PPE. And we said, go to the market and tell us something. So if the sample you brought that time, what you are bringing is different, why must we take it from you? Mm-hmm. But it's not the price that we are looking at. Look at what my colleague said. It's not the price. And so no, it's your own quality, but it's not. See, there are different angles. Let me explain to you, my brother, so that we will not. Let me explain to you so that you will understand what it is. Yes. There are various angles. There is one for chemical. There is one electrical, and so on and so forth. So what we did was that the one that they normally use on day to day, we need that one, but that one, so that when somebody carries something, it won't injure you. Absolutely. So when your complaint came, what I told them is that, is it what the vendor supply as a sample? Yes. If it is not, then but if it is, please accept. That's what. Okay, so what is going to happen is that if that is what you supply, maybe you have been to the office, you know the office now. Yes. Let me see you on Tuesday. Tuesday I will in Port Harcourt. Let me see you next week, Thursday, and let's resolve this matter. Is it okay now for PPE? Let me give the rest.
About the road. About the road. About the road. About the road. I want to know which one I should answer first. God gave me 2 ears, but I'm hearing from 20 people. Okay, let me start. First and foremost, you said you are not sure that there's any contract being awarded to community contractors. You said that. The same you said some community contractors are constructing the road, correct? So, no, wait now. Let's solve it. So we don't give jobs to people at all. Now you said some people. So maybe those people constructing the road, are they from Ohaji? Thank you. That's a hand. Now I will tell you who they are. And one of them, I saw one of them here. We are any. Felix, stand up for recognition. Come. Okay, please, where is your village? Where are you from?
I'm from Asa, Obosa precisely.
From where? Port Harcourt?
No, Obosa, Asa.
Okay, Asa. Okay, thank you very much. So he's from Asa. So I can tell you the other persons.
There's Devon Impex. Devon is also from ASA. You can ask Eric. Eric Nwolo. Okay, after you check, I'll show you records if you want. But let's. Okay. All right. So on the other hand, let's respond to the. Let me respond to the road. So on the issue of the road, Raphaelix is come. No, that's what I want to ask you. Okay, hold on. Why have you not moved to site? You've not started any work at site at all since they gave you money. Why?
We have started work.
So that means you have been mobilized.
We are talking of variation. We are talking of variation.
He said he's asking for variation, not mobilization. He has mobilized to site. Okay, come. Don't come in.
No, you don't say. You mobilize the weight.
Oh yeah, let's make this a bit more tidy. And I think, hello. Don't let us mix two different things now. Don't let's mix two different things. And I think Obina has done justice to the question. Are we with me? Okay, great. In terms of the road construction, we have awarded that road to 3 contractors whom we believe to have very strong community affiliation. 3 different personalities that are from the community. One of our contractors is standing here. What's the name of your company, sir?
Raphaelix Dynamics Global Limited.
Beautiful. Your scope, sir, which of the road are you doing?
Ohuba Oboshima Road.
How many kilometers, sir?
9 kilometers.
He's handling the 9 kilometers. If you do not see him on site, it's only one problem. It's a contractual problem. The contractors were giving money advanced to come to site. How many percentage were you giving, sir, to advance?
We are giving to 30%, if I'm not mistaken. 30%.
You are mistaken. It's not up to 30%. You can see how generous he is, even to us. We gave him 15%, I think. Abi? Yeah, we gave him 15%. Hold on, sir. Hold on, all. Hold on, all. Okay. So, are you listening to me, sirs? Amas. Can I talk again? We have paid the contractors certain proportion of the money to enter site to work. But they came back and said, we have started to work, but prices of things are going up, and we can't continue in that trend. How many of you have noticed that prices of things are going up? How many of you agree? Beautiful. All of you agree. Yes. And so, they then approach us. You need to increase this money. But there's none of us sitting here that can take the decision alone to add 1 naira to any contract. Do you understand what I mean? You run companies. Your secretary cannot, on his own, increase money of contract that you have given out. Is that correct? So we have been going through processes, trying to see where we can support them. If I ask Raphaelix now, he will tell you that we have written them that in this week, we are going to close that out. We are going to be able to tell them what support we are willing to give them. When you sign a contract, you need to live by the terms of that contract. We are not under obligation to increase the money. But all the same, being a very responsive organization, we are willing to listen to them, and we are going to support them in the course of this week. So, just to clarify, we did not pull off the contractors from the road. The contractors left the road on their own, trying to put pressure on us to increase the money. But AGPC is aware of the suffering of the people there, and we are trying to get them back to the road. So that's that about the contract on the road. Obin also told you, which one again?
Okay, so the other thing I want to say here is, what we are doing here now is vendors forum. We have community forum, which will be coming on very soon. So I don't expect us to start treating issues that we should handle at the community forum in vendors forum. Remember, not everybody here is from Asa. Not everybody here is from the village. So let us not bring our issues to the public. Are you with me? Are you with me? So the GMOU thing you talked about, we'll handle it at the community. But there's something I also want to beg Asa people. We have been waiting for Asa to give us their CMB list. I don't know. Do we need to talk to Hope? No, so let's leave it at community level. But just for you to know that we are still waiting for you. Thank you. And that is what is delaying so many things. I hope you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any of your questions that I will not answered? All of them are answered. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wawis. I am from Popak Oil and Gas Logistics Limited, and I'm from Obosim Autonomous Community. But before I ask the two questions I have, there is something I would like to correct here. Every time I've been hearing Asa and Asa and Asa, there are other neighboring communities that are attached to AGPC. Obosima and Ohuba, these are impacted communities as well. They should not be sidelined in the scheme of things of AGPC. Please, I implore you to consider them as well in whatever you are doing. Please. Now, my questions, one goes like this. If somebody has completed their bidding, a vendor has completed their bidding, and unluckily the vendor has failed the bidding, is there any way the vendor could be notified that he has not been successful in that bidding? Or is there a time frame that maybe can be communicated to the vendor as to make him be able to know when to stop hoping for that bidding to be awarded, for that contract to be awarded to them? So the person can be thinking about another opportunity for another bidding. Then my second question goes like this. There are certain jobs that AGPC does, and which may be quite different from other oil companies or oil and gas companies. And these jobs have names. Is there any way you could help us to enlist or give us the list of these jobs so that we can know how to follow up our permits each time we want to secure our permits, so that we can secure our permits based on these jobs, instead of going to secure wrong permits or permits that do not cover your own job? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of community, maybe you have been hearing one name. The list of the communities is the list of the community. There's the host and there's the impacted. There's no dispute about that. And we do not award contracts. We do not discriminate in the award of contract between host and impacted. Our community is our community, either impacted or whatever. So the second one on permit. The first thing is that you actually need to know which aspect, what's your business? That's the first thing. For instance, if I give you a list and you see environmental there and you go and collect environmental services permit and you don't have that skill, you are not in that business, it doesn't help. First thing is that you need to establish yourself as a business person. What is the area where you can add value? That's the permit you are going to take. If opportunities then come in there, that's when you can play. For instance, I'm an engineer now. I can't say because medicine is now booming in Nigeria, I go and take a permit to open a hospital. You understand? So it is first your line of business that determines the permit you go and take. We can't reel out all the list of possible opportunities. We can't. But you first get a permit, register in our system. If there are opportunities in your line of business, we'll make it available to you. Thank you. What's the other one, sir? Oh, notification when you fail. Choma, take that.
Okay, so it's actually good practice for the supply chain personnel to send out bid outcome notification. Maybe in AGPC we haven't started doing that, but we'll take that on board to start notifying you of the bid outcome. Thank you. Do we have any other question before we round off? How many questions? How many hands do we have? So we'll just take 2 questions and we're done.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Henry Iforeze Zenozo. My question or mine is a kind of advice. 1, APGC is saying they want to collaborate with the host communities and the impacted communities in developing them, partnering with them. I am suggesting to APGC to leverage in the provision of the NCD board. There is a provision where they said they will give loans to community contractors. If APGC, all of you know what I'm saying. Whether I call it well, I don't call it anything, but you know where I'm going. I want the management of AGPC to liaise with the banks, and give them the names of host and impacted community contractors to in whatever PO that is verified to be coming from you to sponsor. A job coming from you to sponsor. It will give us a help. Not when you go to banks, they will ask you to bring your grandmother, your grandfather, your grand this and that. If you do that, we know you are helping us. Partnership is there. Yes, you can help, you can tell a company to partner with us. By the time you know it, all the profit will go back to the partner because he will provide every logistics. But if a bank is solidly, we know that this is AGPC bank. Any contract that comes to you, go there, the bank will fund it. That is one, my advice. My question now is, when this contract was developed, don't this have an access road to that particular location without using community road? Why is community road being used as an access road to your location? Because we believe if there was access road, you would have used that, you would have consulted that access road before the project. Now that you are using community road, it is pertinent that that road supposed to be done by you as to access that place. That road was not as bad as you are using it now. With your heavy trucks, everything, you destroy it the more. And you don't have access road. Because sooner or later, we shall take it back as our community road. And we will prevent you from accessing it. Go and construct your own community. Go and construct your own access road to that particular place. Let us know whether you will fly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is it Mazi Henry? Okay, great. Thank you for your suggestions. On the one of credit with bank, as of today, if you take a PO from AGPC to your bank, most of those banks know AGPC. I won't advertise any bank, but I can tell you most banks know us. If you have a verified PO from us, they can support you. The only thing that may hinder you is your own personal credibility. If you are unable to demonstrate that you can take credit and do well with it, that's the only thing that can do. Thank you.
So we are taking the last question for the day.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the management of AGPC for the privilege they have given for us to have this sensitization program. My question also comes like also a player to AGPC management. They have been doing very great. But in a situation where you are constructing a 300 million curve per day of a gas processing plant capacity, the effect on the people should be a little bit better than what we are witnessing. I want to talk in the area of the construction scope that is going on. I don't know the extent it has gone, it has progressed in terms of percentage completion. But from the presentation and what was through the local government, if the duty of AGPC is to unbundle some of the work packages, bring in more vendors to come on board to play an active part in the participation, then that would be a best idea. But in reality, what you are witnessing is not so. If you go to the site, I have been to the site, most of the work packages are tied down to few major contractors. And then some of the community contractors that are also experienced in the field are left behind. And in that way, for us, it's not the best. If you look at your process area, look at the field logistic-based area, construction have actually migrated much. People are handling mechanical, electrical instrumentation, one company. Other contractors are handling civil. So we that are also experienced in the community, nobody recognizes us. We've come here last time, and they were given assurance that we're going to receive ITT package. Up till now, we've not received, and more vendors are turning in. And what the assurance that we have when the facility comes on production, that means the level of involvement of the contractors will drop. So if we can't be engaged at this time that the activities are peak, is it when you have come on board on the production? So I'm the CEO of Owerri Energy Company Limited. We're online. Do a kind of due diligence, integrate us in your installation scope, and we will surprise you beyond your imagination. And in that way, you are also going to be lifting the locals that are experienced in the field. We have good hands. I'm also an experienced engineer in the field. So it will go a long way. Walenga is the engineer. Walenga is the engineer Obina and Engineer Shola. Happy meeting you. Please do the due diligence and support us. We are from the community. And leaving our house in the process area will not help. I attended a site visit some time ago at Krakrama, it's a swamp operation. And it was the locals that were experienced that also were able to guide us in some critical areas we needed to get information from. So please look inwards, not only the likes of Arcon and I don't want to start mentioning much names now, but please carry us along. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before Engineer Buki reacts, I would want to appeal to us. We have too much of distractions here. Can we please pay attention? Everybody outside, can you please come in? Come into the hall so that we want our GM give us his closing remark. Can we ask our friends outside to come in, please? And let's have your attention here. Please, please, please. CLO, can you talk to those outside to come in? Please, please, please. We are, the place is just too divided, please. Thank you very much. I think the last speaker did a thing like appeal to us.
The next item is almost even the last item on the agenda is closing remarks by our manager, general manager, technical engineer Walter Wellinger.
Thank you for that thunder. Of the program, but I did hear all your very interesting questions, so thanks for that as well. And this morning, Bukola started one of the first agenda items with the special address on behalf of the MD of AGPC, and I would like to say that I'm standing here as well on his behalf to close this session and to thank you all for being here, listening to us, and hopefully you will have learned a few things and you have been told how certain things go within AGPC and how we can strengthen our relationships in the years to come. The last speaker was talking about the operations phase. Yes, you know, next year we will close off the project. There's still quite a bit of work to be done till then, and there may be some intermediate opportunities for your companies too then. But let me really highlight that during the operations phase, which will last for 20-25 years, there is going to be lots of opportunities again. Yeah, so that's not projects at that point, but it's the operational phase. And let me also tell you that during the course of that 25 years, and not in 20 years, but probably much sooner than that, there will be additional projects of considerable size in terms of pipelines, in terms of additional facilities, and in terms of other modifications that we might do to the plan. So please, there is a lot of opportunity still in the years to come. I'd really like to say that. I won't go in to repeat everything that was said, but I can gather from the program you must have had an interesting day. So hopefully you heard and you learned something from Umar talking about the information systems, from Franklin on our finance systems and our invoicing processes, from the representative from the construction management team on construction management and how that is going, from Choma, and this is where I came in, oh no, a little bit later, this from Choma on vendor registration, so please take that to heart. These are interesting pieces of information. I came in when Amina was here talking about local content and NCD. And of course, Shola, who made us all stand up and do exercise and talked about safety here. And then finally, we had Mofe, our legal representative, talking about gifts and hospitality. So they were all interesting topics. I hope for you, and I hope you've learned, and I hope you take away some stuff that hopefully we can build that lasting relationship with your company. I'd like to thank the two contractors who came up and said some very nice things about AGPC. So thanks to Megastar and thanks to Arias Wave for that. So that, I think, concludes the day. Of course, thanks to everybody who organized it all, made it all happen. Greatly appreciated. As usual, yeah, give them a round of applause. Like last time round, the IT and media coverage and audio-visual setup, quite impressive. So thanks very much for that. So let me just conclude by repeating again that we really hope to do business with a lot of you, and that there are opportunities and there will be opportunities going forward for the years to come. And hopefully we can have a similar session next year. Thank you all.
Please, a round of applause to our General Manager Technical. Thank you. So I think at this point we have come to the last stage of our discussion here. So we'd like to have our closing prayer, and we want to call upon one of us here, in the person of Mr. Chukwacha Chuks from UMC Petroleum Services, to please give us the closing prayer.
Shall we stand and pray, please? We thank you, Heavenly Father, for your mercies, for the opportunities, and for the graces you have granted us. Lord, we are human, and we are not perfect. And we are learning, and we keep learning. In things we have done, take all the glory. In the ones we have not done so well, help us. In the ones we are yet to engage on, teach us wisdom. Grant us patience and help us to see beyond our capacities. Build us with the opportunities available to us. Increase us by granting us wisdom beyond what we know today. For the staff of AGPC who keeps rubbing minds with us, opening up opportunities, and doing things to affect the community where they are operating in, we ask that you protect them as they run along the road. God, that you will keep them as they walk in sight. Safety will be all over them. And for those of us who go to support them in the sight, Lord, let your mercy rest on us, that we will be protected from harm. We give you all the glory as we keep learning this new culture of effective work and careful study of processes, that we will achieve set goals and deliver on our commitments. Thank you, everlasting Lord. We give you all the glory, for in Jesus' name we have prayed.